Good morning. The Buffalo Sabres fall to the San Jose Sharks by a final score of 6-2 yesterday. Only goal scorers for the Sabres are Tage Thompson and J.J. Peterka. It puts their losing streak at 3 games in a row now. Sabres are back in action tomorrow in Tampa Bay. NHL trade deadline is on Friday at 3. Other news around the sports world yesterday. In the NFL, the Eagles are re-signing Saquon Barkley to a 2-year deal, making him the highest paid running back in the NFL. $41 million on a 2-year contract extension. That deal includes $16 million guaranteed at signing, making him the first running back to also make over more than $20 million a year. He has the ability to earn an additional $15 million in incentives. The Jets also make big news yesterday, releasing star wide receiver Devontae Adams after trading for him midseason last year. Adams played with former teammate Aaron Rodgers throughout the season last year before Rodgers was ultimately benched by the Jets. And that's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Luukkonen can't trap that one. It squeaks by from just above the goal line. Eklund fires it to the net, and that's why you do it. It's a 3-1 lead now for the Sharks. It's right onto the stick of Zetterlund, and San Jose with a 3-on-1 counter the other way. Smith carries it in with a shot, scores.
It doesn't matter what happens throughout the year. There's no excuses. Everyone's playing 82 games. You can sit here and try to make all the excuses in the world, but when you lace them up in the locker room and you go out, you better battle. We didn't. We took tonight off.
It looked like there was fatigue in our game. You have no legs, you have no hands, and then you have no brain after that. We gave up goals on face-off coverage. We gave up goals on just over back checking. Our puck play 3 times led to goals. Just breaking out a puck, hitting a stick. We look at some of the plays in the first period, handed them a couple pucks where UPL had to make great saves just inside of our blue line. Our puck play was pathetic.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Not me looking up the tank teams to see how many regulation wins they had in a season. But the NHL website back then, you may or may not remember, they didn't separate regulation and overtime wins back then. It was just regulation and overtime wins, which the Sabres in the Reinhart year had 14 and the Eichel year had 15 regulation and overtime wins combined. Why am I looking that up? Good morning. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I'm looking that up because last night during the game with the Sabres getting roasted by the Sharks, I wanted to check. The Sharks are bad. I mean, the Sharks drafted first overall, and they're still bad. They're bad. How bad? Well, this helped me to understand how bad that is. They've played 62 games, the Sharks have. Now 63. But going into last night, the San Jose Sharks had 11 regulation wins in 62 games. 11. And they absolutely smoked the Sabres last night, 6-2. They have a minus 68 on the goal differential. And the Sabres in that department are actually not that bad. But the Sharks are a minus 68 and have now 12 regulation wins, had played a back-to-back, and came into your building on Bills night, which we're going to have to discuss as well after getting the report from Josh on how Bills night went. And they beat you 6-2. And a couple people I saw, whatever. Like I was kind of taking in the reaction, and some saying this is it. This is rock bottom. I don't know let me ask you this hypothetically. Picture yourself on the bottom of the ocean. You're in the Marianas Trench, and you are walking in a diving bell suit. Somehow the pressure's fine. You're able to do it. Would you, every 100 yards, comment that this is rock bottom when you're on the same surface the entire time? Would you keep saying, like, oh, now this is rock bottom? Well, you're still on the bottom of the ocean. All right, let me walk another 100 yards. No, this is rock bottom. You're still at the bottom of the, there's no difference. It's all the same rock. It is all, every single step you take, you are at the same rock bottom. I don't know. Am I supposed to get worked up about a loss to the Sharks and rant about a loss to the Sharks? Maybe. I mean, they were undone by goaltending again. And that's what undoes them when they can never put it together. They are the golfer that can either drive or they can hit approaches, and they can never do both in the same day, except it's, 14 years, and you don't even have to be that good to make the playoffs, but they're not going to do it again. I feel like they have embarrassed their coach. They've embarrassed their fans. And last night, one of the questions Paul Hamilton was asking was this team taking San Jose lightly because of the standings? And a couple players, Byram said maybe, which, who knows? Maybe these guys are just answering questions. They're doing the best they can to get out of there. But holy cow, losing 6-2 to the San Jose Sharks, who are the worst team in hockey, unless, the Sabres, whatever, they're in 29th place. And this will be a bottom 5 finish year probably for them. We should definitely transition to hoping that it is. We should definitely transition to, you don't want to root against them. You don't want to root against Tage. That's fine. But they are 4th from the bottom, and could they strike any lower than they are? Maybe one spot. Maybe one. They could get to the bottom 3. San Jose is a death grip on this spot. So, San Jose and Chicago, I should say. Those two teams have been bad, and they are still bad, and the Sabres are just here. And last night, it's Bills night, and I don't know if people had expectations. Maybe you had expectations against Hartford/Carolina. Maybe you had them against Montreal. Maybe you realized the sheer absurdity of the Operation 10 straight, where I tried to get myself amped up for the concept of winning 10 games in a row. Hey, if they just win 10 straight, they'll be back in it. And they got to 2, which is nice. They got to 2, and they've not done anything since then. Now they got a losing streak. It is, I don't know what to do with it, because I don't know how much you want to punch down on the Sabres, punch down at the Sabres. When Lindy laid out the plan to get 7 out of every 10 points for 2 months and then win 3 straight, I internally on some level wanted to laugh at that, but on the other thought, at least they're paying attention to the standings. At least the coach knows what's going on. But the whole thing, what could you even possibly say? What could you possibly do? And now we're 2 days from the deadline, and a lot of the reporting is the Sabres expect to have a quiet deadline, in part because they're afraid to make moves. Now, we'll see if that's true, but they might be afraid because things are so bad that if a player is in the building, you've got to make sure he doesn't leave. You can't afford to trade Jordan Greenway to another organization. What if they sign him? He kind of likes you. You have to keep him. Jason Zucker, the same thing. What about Cousins? You better hope he fixes it, because if he doesn't, he's going to go somewhere and win the cup? It's we'll just say, everybody's being at a loss for words, total loss for words, as I am. What could you say? It is a good question. Does the GM survive? The fact that it's a question is kind of wild, but we know that. We know we have to live there. When Botterill, if we go back a couple seasons, the Sabres don't fire proactively. The last time they might have done that would have been Granato last year, and that's probably only done because Lindy was available. And how does that look? That looks like it was, at best, a lateral move. Granato had a good season with this group. He did. He had a good season, and then he had a not-so-good season. He had the best season of the drought, of anybody. And they fired him, of course. Okay. Moved on a little quick. Kevin Adams did it. My feeling has always been they did it for Lindy. This was like a trade. This guy out, another guy in, he makes us better. And are they any better? Of course they're not any better. Whatever's undoing them this time around, okay, fine. Sometimes it's power play. Sometimes it's penalty kills. Sometimes it's mental mistakes. Sometimes it's they don't show up. They take their opponent lightly. The 29th place team in the NHL is taking other teams lightly. Does anybody ever take them lightly? Is that why they win all these games? It's brutal. It's truly brutal. And if you go back, Botterill, when he probably should have been fired, didn't get fired. He got fired after the fact because he wouldn't fire assistants and staff members. So they removed him after saying that they shouldn't remove him. that was late. Kruger took 12 consecutive losses. And I honestly feel like I'm back in the Kruger spot. Kruger was when it felt the most hopeless. Kruger, when the Ralph Kruger era was, there's a person in charge here that is so bad at this that it overshadows everything else. It's too powerful. The power of this individual to be bad at this is too much. No one could overcome it. And that's why when you look at the Sabres that have gone on elsewhere to succeed, if you look at that Kruger team, you see really talented people, but he was just too powerful in being as bad as he was. And then all those players left, and he was never to be heard from again in the NHL circles, and all those players were good and won games. And that's kind of where I am right now. They have some good players. They have some very good players. And they also have two players in Thompson and Dahlin. I'll single out those two. Those two care. And those two, to me, appear to be the kinds of leaders that you should keep. Everybody else, whatever. Really, almost everybody else. The team that was the young kids team that had so many promising pieces. Oh, we got to save money for Quinn and Peterka as an excuse of why they're under the salary cap. No, I'm all over the place now, but just wow. Holy cow. An absolute train wreck of a season, which, of course, has been a train wreck the whole time. They lost 13 in a row this year. So, they lose like a third or a fourth in a row. It kind of pales in comparison. This would be, of the Sabres' losing streaks, their longest is 13. And the second longest is just a normal losing streak. Teams go through this, but, they lost 13 in a row and did nothing. There was you can't fire the coach. Coach is a legacy guy who came in, and people look at it and probably think, well, what's he supposed to do? You've got such a mess on your hands. And the mess on your hands that's on the ice has, of course, spilled over to the GM's office where, and of course the Sabres are to blame for this, but you can't operate like a real franchise. Talking about the trade deadline where you don't sell off for the best offers because you don't want to pick some prospects, like that is not operating like a real team. It might not be satisfying to do that, but you probably should. You should load up on first and seconds and thirds, and then in the offseason, trade them. This team had to trade a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein. Okay, might as well go get some more second-round picks if you can and trade for bottom six guys because, man, it's nuts. So anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. We'll talk to Paul at 7 about all this. We'll check in with Owen Parker on As a Goalie because we had another night where it's worth talking about the goalie. And as a goalie, how bad was it? So we'll do that. We had our debut. He's got his own microphone in the studio now. So Josh has a microphone. Owen's got one. Yeah, we're rolling today. We've got a lot to get to. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast and the Locked On NFL Scouting podcast at 8. Going to start the process of getting 20 names I should be thinking about with that 30th pick. And eventually we'll get that down to 15 to 10 to, all right, who are the 5 guys we should really be looking at once we get to the draft for the first round pick the Bills have. So plenty. Saquon Barkley's contract, what that means for James Cook. James Cook is tweeting as often as the Sabres are getting beat. It's a clumsy joke. Whatever. He's tweeting a lot, though. He's active. Zach had a good line. Zach Jones from this station here, who's on Extra Point Nightcap, he said that Cook is tweeting like a wide receiver, and that's not wrong. There's a lot of tweets out there, although they're not cryptic. They're very clear. They're very, I'd like to get paid big money.
Are they, though? Like, yesterday he just retweeted one and just said, love you, Buffalo, with red and blue hearts.
Right, but
that one was a little, not cryptic, but like...
That was a quote tweet with a highlight of Barkley getting a ton of money.
True.
He attached it to, hey, look at this running back getting $20 million a year. I love you, Buffalo. It's pretty clear. It's not cryptic. He has not written something like, these pretzels are making me thirsty, Diggs had a tweet about pretzels.
Wasn't some about cookies, too? He tweeted like...
Diggs tweeted about pretzels and cookies. A lot of his tweets were, you don't have to care about this. In the case of Cook, it's very clear. It's, I'd like to get a big contract. Oh, no, we had our callers drop off Joe. I was 10 seconds away from going to Joe. You got to be talking about James Cook. Anyway, Joe, if you want to call back, we'll get to your call. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. So plenty coming up on, Cook and what that all means. And, of course, the trade deadline. What on earth are you supposed to do? I really think the most interesting conversation about the Sabres, Joe and I have had this as a let's get stupid kind of conversation, but it really, to me, is the most interesting conversation and also the one that might give me the most hope, if that's possible. And it's just absolute nonsense speculation. But does Ryan Miller want the job of GM? To me, that is... I don't know if anybody's asked him that, if we could get him to answer that question, how that would work. He comes around a lot. He's respected in the league. He has not been a GM before. I don't think that matters. I don't know. Kevin Adams wasn't a GM before. They gave him the job. I think the most interesting conversation, does Michael Pekka want to be the GM? That's where I'm at. I don't know what else to say or what else to do. I don't know that they can fire Adams or move Adams and elevate Karmanos. In order to keep people interested, the Sabres are sending out their season ticket invoices for next year, and the offers are effectively, threat is a little bit strong. The incentive is, please renew now so your ticket prices don't go up. What? All right. Not so sure about that. What are you going to do? This season isn't even ended. I don't know who the GM is for next year. I don't know what your path forward is. And committing to next year, I mean, I am a former season ticket holder to the Sabres. I was a season ticket holder for about 10 years through some pretty bad hockey. And then, the idea of doing it is, I just admire the people that do it and that can do it. It's tough. Life gets in the way. Lots ends up going on. But, man, the Sabres need such big changes. And what's the biggest one they could feasibly make? How about that as your question to jump in today? 803-0550. Because that's where I get to Ryan Miller. Or does J.P. Dumont want to be a GM? What is he even doing? I'm just looking. Drury's got a job.
Where's Jason Pominville?
Where's Pominville? Make him the GM. Drury's got a job. Briere's got a job. Greer's got a job. Miller and Vanek work for the Sharks. The Sharks' entire front office is former Sabres. Not all of it. But who wants the job? Does Thomas Vanek want to be the GM? I'm into it. Oh, okay. Somebody, I know that's not necessarily the best answer, and that might be shameful. Like, hey, buddy, you're reaching for nostalgia. I don't know. It's what NHL teams do. You hire a former player. Then that player is respected in league circles because players get that respect. I mean, Kevin Adams is a former player, but that's just not working. It is incredible to be a GM of a team this long and have them still be this bad in a league where you get free gifts for being bad. Where would the Sabres be without their gifts? Where would they be without Dahlin and Power and top draft picks? Where would the Sabres be from a franchise if they didn't have on their roster the returns from the Eichel and Reinhart trade? Where would they be? I mean, the Reinhart trade, I guess, is not as much in terms of how it actually affects them. They had 1 million first-round picks, and nobody contributes. Like, Yuri Kulik is the one guy we've seen. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. 803-0550. Does anybody have an idea out there? Is there anything left? Is there anyone alive out there? I shout from a lifeboat in the Atlantic, in the Titanic movie. What's the best idea? I know, like, I'm sorry. You're really saying Ryan Miller as the GM is the best idea? I don't know what else even moves the needle. Trading for what? Trading Dahlin. Continue the cycle. Trade a captain. Get a bunch of picks. Tear it down. Rebuild. They probably should do something like that. But then they'd have to get to the salary cap floor and sign new contracts. And I just don't. I don't know. Cousins is a great conversation here, too. They have to trade Cousins. They have to move Cousins. It has to happen. And you have to not be mad about whatever happens to him once he leaves. The guys that they traded that got good results or they got cups, they weren't bad here. That wasn't he couldn't turn it around for you. How could he turn it around for somebody else? You're Reinhart, Eichel, O'Reilly, Kane, whoever you want. They traded them away when they were good. There was no mystery. With a guy like Cousins, it is not working. He is too important a player to just sit there and be like, well, eventually it'll turn it around. I don't know what the answer was. I thought Lindy was supposed to be the answer to Cousins, who was going to get him back. Granato kind of got that on the right track. Granato got a lot of guys on the right track and then got fired. And the changes have just not worked. We've gone backwards since having a decently good season. It's all gone the wrong way. And I'm left sitting here saying, like, all right, how about Ryan Miller? You were at the game.
I was,
Josh. It was Bills night, and for anybody on the stream, you can kind of see Josh. You can wave. Hey, there he is.
Hello, everyone.
You were at the game. Bills night. All I saw from Bills night was what the Sabres would tweet, which was McDermott on the Zamboni.
That was cool.
And
I think that was funny.
I heard the train horn.
Yes, the train horn came out. I was very, very unexpectedly came out during the power play.
Yeah. Now, any truth to the reports that when they played the train horn, they showed college wide receivers on the jumbo? They did not do that?
No.
I had thought maybe they played it because they were showing like Luther Burden highlights. No. Okay, that's not what happened. So how was Bills night?
It was good. There was a lot of, Bills fan celebrities there. The Cooks were there. The Bills Elvis was there. Like they brought out a lot of people. Pinto Ron was there too. That was cool. Like seeing all those, everyone just getting out there into the wild. Like it's like you only see those people at Bills games usually, and then look, they're at a Sabres game now. That was fun. George Wilson was there as one of the in-arena. I don't know if you want to call him presenter. Like he was just like the in-arena
McDermott
host.
Banged the drum, right?
Slick Rick banged the drum.
Slick Rick, okay, right.
He was there. He was there with McDermott, and he banged the drum. That was cool. The towels are nice. They're a good quality towel. I personally would have put the shark under Sabretooth's foot, but that's just me because it is Squish the Fish after all. I didn't see the dog of the day. That's the one thing I missed. I didn't go over in that area. I didn't see what it was.
I could tell you what it is. I saw it. It was it looked good.
They played the shout song after the 2 goals the Sabres scored, which was fun to sing the shout song in the middle of March. That was a good time. The crowd got into it a few times with the AAA chants were like just kind of sporadic every once in a while.
Yeah. Were people just kind of remembering what it was like to watch a Bills game?
Yeah, a little bit.
How many Bills players were there?
Tasker was there.
Some stuff. How many Bills players? They must have had a suite full of Dawson Knox and Josh Allen and Deion Dawkins, and they must have had Bills players in attendance.
Nope.
There were no Bills players in attendance.
None that were shown on the Jumbotron, and I didn't leave my seat for the entire game.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't notice that until after I left. I was like, wow.
That's like raw dogging a game?
Yeah.
You go flight without any entertainment?
I mean, I had my phone.
Sure, but you didn't even get up to go to the bathroom?
Nope.
You sat in your seat the whole time?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I stood up a couple times.
Now we've got something.
Well, I don't know. I've never done that before.
I've never even considered just sitting there the whole time.
I mean, me and my dad were just sitting there, and like the intermissions were just talking, hanging out. But like, yeah, no, they didn't show anybody on the Jumbotron. I'm assuming nobody was there.
Bills player in attendance.
They didn't even show McDermott on the Jumbotron after the banging of the drum, which was like, where did he go? He was talking on the broadcast with the guys, which was, from what I heard, was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like some of the, the back and forth between them, the commentary. But like, yeah, I was pretty surprised there was like not one player there. I thought at least like maybe Deion would be there.
Sure,
like
right. So there was no Bills presence.
Allen was at TGL last night. That was why he wasn't there. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's going great.
First Bills night, by the way.
First Bills night. Maybe next one have in the season when they're around.
On the bye week, maybe?
Yeah. Maybe. I mean,
because I was thinking about that, too. It's like, even not on a bye week, you could do that. There's Bills players at Sabres games all the time during the season. Like, Deion Dawkins is like a frequent member of Sabres games. He's always on the Jumbotron having a good time. Alec Anderson was on the Jumbotron once. Like, come on. Like, I don't know. It was very disappointing to not see anybody there.
803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, we'll talk about Davante Adams. We'll talk about James Cook and his contract situation because of the Saquon Barkley extension, which someone can explain to me if they want. I don't understand why the Eagles did anything. Why on earth did they do it? They already signed him, but okay, just committing money. And the Eagles, we need to pay more attention to what they're doing with the cap, because it's what the Bills need to be doing. And I saw a nice visualization of that, an explanation of what makes the Eagles different. So lots to get to. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. The Sabres lost to the Sharks. Give us a call. Wide open segments for you. Paul at 7. The trade deadline coming up on Friday. Fun and frivolity to be had on the show. It's raining. The Sabres' existence is the exact weather right now. It's like, is it 42 and raining? It is just, it's 43 and raining. All the snow's melting. Flood watches. It's fine. It's fine.
Walking out the door this morning, though, I had the smell of spring rain.
Yes.
If that makes sense to anyone out there, you know what I'm talking about.
I ran errands yesterday wearing a T-shirt. Well, polo. Whatever.
Yeah, well,
but
still.
short sleeves.
Yeah, short sleeves.
I felt it got to be 50.
I didn't wear a coat today. Like, it's going to be 55 when we leave.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be a good day.
All right. Progress.
Rain is rain, but warm is warm.
803-0550 on anybody. We'll do the best we can. Learn it together. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
The Sabres fall again last night, losing 6-2 to the San Jose Sharks. 2 goal scorers for the Sabres, Tage Thompson and JJ Peterka. 2024 first overall pick Macklin Celebrini scored his 19th goal of the season for the Sharks last night as well. Sabres back in action tomorrow night in Tampa against the Lightning at 7 o'clock, and the NHL trade deadline is on Friday at 3. Over in the NFL, the Eagles made headlines yesterday signing running back Saquon Barkley to a 2-year, $41 million deal, making him the highest-paid running back in NFL history. $36 million guaranteed in that contract with $15 million in incentives. The franchise tag window officially closed yesterday, with the most notable player not being tagged, Minnesota Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold. Darnold started all 17 games for the Vikings last season, throwing for over 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. And the Jets officially cut wide receiver Devontae Adams yesterday. They had been shopping him around in potential trades, but ultimately decided to cut him. Adams was playing in his 11th season, played 11 games for the Jets, recording 854 yards and 7 touchdowns after the team traded for him mid-season. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Far circle. Darlene up top. Peterka wants it back again. Scores! Hey, JJ! Ties the game at 1 here in the second.
One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Yeah. Sabres lose to the Sharks. We'll talk to Paul Hamilton at 7 o'clock. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast at 8 o'clock as we restart our Wednesday series with Joe, talking off-season, free agency, draft, all that good stuff. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. In the first segment, we recap the Sabres' loss to a Sharks team that now has 12 regulation wins in 63 games, and that Josh, producer Josh,
sat in his seat the entire game without getting up one time.
Yes, I'm glad you found that equally jarring.
I think that's nuts. I think that is insane that somebody could do that without needing to go to the bathroom.
I didn't eat or drink at the game.
Hey,
Still,
I need a water.
Walk around.
I wasn't thirsty. I don't know. I didn't feel like getting up.
Me and my wife often will, like, for no reason, we'll just, like, if it's intermission, like, we'll just go get some, just walk around the building, take a walk, get some steps in. Yeah, like we don't want to sit in our seat. I'll drive myself crazy if I sit in my seat the entire game.
I'm not saying, Josh, there's anything wrong with it.
I was getting a little like stir crazy.
Okay.
I did stand up, and I kind of stretch my legs a little bit, but I don't know. There was a lot of people in my row. I didn't want to make people stand up. Most of the people around us didn't leave their seats either.
You're in the middle of your row?
Yeah, right in the middle. So, like, seats 9 and 10.
That's part of it, I guess. I wouldn't usually care about that, but I guess that's a point here.
Yeah.
That he wasn't on the aisle. If he had gotten on the aisle, it might not be. Is it crazier behavior than Josh Allen for his bachelor party going to TGL? I think he's too obsessed with golf at this point. I didn't know there was such a thing as too obsessed with golf. Like, hey, Josh Allen is a millionaire athlete who is getting married soon, and for his bachelor party, they went to go to the simulator golf event.
Well, let me ask you this: they get the simulator.
All things they could have done.
They did do that. If you, by going to that, could meet Tiger, Rory, and have them know who you are, and dap you up, shake hands, want to talk to you. That's probably what happened. He probably got to go to that,
but he's met all those people.
Yeah,
he's met Tiger. He's met Rory.
Does it get less cool?
Tiger
probably invited him. Like, hey, come on out to TGL and we'll hit the town afterwards.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like it's a little different.
But to make that a part of your bachelor party, I don't know.
I mean, part of my bachelor party, we went on a fan boat and looked at alligators.
Yes.
That was cool. I enjoyed it.
I went to an MLS game as part of my bachelor party. But I'm not a $100 million athlete.
803-0550. On the Sabres, whatever you got. Throw it our way if you want to. We're happy to have it. Paul, at 7 o'clock. The trade deadline is Friday. And the Sabres are, dead in the water this season. They're on a losing streak. And Operation 10 straight, it would have to be, I think, Operation I'll do the math, 13 straight.
I think Operation 10 straight has to be dead because if they won 10 straight, I can't imagine would be in a spot.
Not yet. No, they wouldn't. It's tough. Ian in Buffalo. Ian, good morning.
Morning. How you doing?
Good.
I I think all this boils down to just Terry will not spend money. Like, I don't think we need a brand new first time GM again, unless what they want to do is do what they did with Barry Trotz in Nashville and train him for a year under I forget who the previous GM was, but they're doing with Alex Steen right now in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Like, you just, like, if you want to bring in a nostalgic player, even if they will come back after whatever happened with, I'm 26. I don't remember exactly what happened with Pat LaFontaine, but that's just so, like, I don't think alumni want to be here, you know?
Yeah. Thanks, Ian.
None of us really know, I guess, what happened with that.
No, the speculation is he didn't want to tank.
Yeah.
And he had a problem with that.
Yeah. And the GM didn't, so
right.
The GM started calling the shots.
That's just speculation, though.
Yeah. I mean, the will Terry spend money part of it, it could even, you could argue, go beyond players, right? Because of course it does. Because I sure, you want to train somebody new like that for the GM job? Isn't the only GM idea that anybody's going to really love is somebody that's done it before? Somebody that's even won before? You might not be able to attract that candidate, right? Like they wanted that with Coach. They wanted that with Lindy Ruff. They wanted it with, there was a report that they wanted Craig Berube before they ended up hiring Lindy Ruff. But you're not getting Craig Berube if you're the Buffalo Sabres. So if you want a guy like that to be your GM, how are you going to get it? You're not getting it on your own reputation.
No.
You're not getting it on the makeup of your roster, right? Or anything of the sort like that. The only way you might be able to do it is if you way overpay the guy, right? You got to convince the guy with money to come here and run your organization. And that is where I believe they would just rather promote a guy from the assistant staff. If they were even to fire Adams.
Yeah. Am I going for, like, Rick Dudley?
Yeah, sure.
76 years old. He is an advisor with the Panthers right now.
Yeah, but he lives in the area, I think.
Still, okay.
I saw an interview with him after he won the Cup. Like, he spent his day with the Cup in Lewiston or something, and he lives there.
I was going to say, like,
so he already lives local.
Walk outside today and ask yourself why you're not living where the Panthers play. Whatever. It was nice yesterday.
Yeah, but they're, you know, I don't know who Jarmo Kekalainen's name I saw popping up on Twitter yesterday.
My God, right.
A little bit like he has not done well, but he used to have the job somewhere.
He used to be a GM.
And like that's the best you're going to do though, isn't it? You wouldn't expect them to do better than that. Would you?
I still think the most interesting idea is a Saber, is Vanek.
Even that's kind of an eye roll though, isn't it?
Sure, but
yeah,
it's what teams do. That's what you do. You hire those guys. I don't know. I don't have any idea. 803-0550. I would say though that
you want Miller to be the GM.
Sure. Yeah. I want Ryan Miller to take the job and be the GM. The thing that they are running into is a 12-game losing streak cost Ralph Krueger his job because it was too much to ignore and they just had to do something. Mm-hmm. And this many seasons as the GM and having the team not make the playoffs one time and consistently be out of it, this is the Krugering. That's what that is. That's your level of success. You got to go too, just because you can't ask your fans to get behind the GM for another season, another offseason. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
Even if I'm going to say, like, if he does make a bold move, what could you even do? It's not lost on me. He's got his hands tied a number of ways. Yeah. Whether it's commitment from ownership to spend money. I mean, they are not to the cap this year, and they do not get free agents. Are they able to trade players? Are they able to make moves that like they want to? Mm-hmm. I don't think they spend the money on a lot of other things that they maybe could. So it's probably not all Kevin Adams' fault. He, of course, is not the reason that nobody wants to come here. He's not the person individually that would have made the decision on how to move forward with Jack Eichel's surgery, which, of course, like I do think that still lingers and hangs over them with players.
How he handled and talked about it, though, certainly couldn't have helped. Right?
That's probably right.
Sure. Is he the one who solely decided we're stripping him of the captaincy and we're going to do it in a very public way?
Right.
Like, is he the one that decided we're going to fight tooth and nail on his surgery to the very end? We're not going to let him get healthy before we ship him to another team? How they dealt with that, you know, He bore some of the responsibility of that at least, and how he talked about it and how he handled it. So, no, is that the reason why players don't want to come here? The number one reason is the team stinks. The team stinks playing in a small market that wouldn't be a destination otherwise. Number two is gotta be the organization is not credible. Why would the organization be credible to a player, a coach, a GM that doesn't have a tie to the area or the organization already? That's why they only can hire. It feels like I have never believed that the number one reason they hired Lindy Ruff was to play on the nostalgia of the fans. I believed it's they wanted a veteran coach, and he was the only one that would say yes.
You had a leg up because he cared about you.
Right. That's the reason why he's here. They wanted to talk to Berube. He ain't talking to you. So the way they run things has to be a part of that. I mean, you say bold move they could make. I think there is only one. It's the Pettersson trade. That's the only thing there is. And, if you were to make that Friday, should that save his job? Like, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
If you were to trade Cousins and Byram for Pettersson on Friday, the Canucks decide, okay, we're going to do it. Then he's the GM next year automatically. Because, there's only like a month and a half left of the season. I don't know. That you'd get a sales pitch. You'd get a sales pitch of, hey, guy, look, you see if he plays well, like down the stretch, like, oh, we want to see that cook. We want to see what that looks like next year before we do anything rash.
Rich in Lakeview before the break. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good morning. First of all, to Josh, possible to sit 3 periods. Still famous in the friend group for all 7 periods at the New Jersey Hasek game for the 7 periods. Van in goal.
You sat there and didn't go. You didn't get up once.
Not once.
Wow.
It was luckily I did it in my 20s instead of my 50s because bodily it would have been possible.
Yeah. Right.
But you know what? It's funny that you said it was kind of disheartening on Bills night that none of the Bills showed up. Well, most of the Sabres don't show up for 2/3 of the game anyway, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. But, you look at this, right, and it's embarrassing, but I don't think anyone's embarrassed. Joe, I think you just hit the spot about, what is the perception of the organization externally and internally. There has to be some sort of stink and filth and sewer-like cesspool that people don't want to come here. You don't want to be involved. For the players, honestly, at this juncture, for the years, it's the best job in the world. Being a Saber is the hockey equivalent of having 20 third-string quarterbacks. Why would you want to rock the boat at this point? Remember they talked about sports business decisions. If you play too well, they might keep you. If you play hard every night to do this 10 in a row, you're going to get injured when you have a longer summer vacation than the University of Phoenix online. Why would you? And it's not a joke. At this point, they're multi-million-dollar, early 20 to early 30 years old. I think there's a lot of non-hockey decisions going on. You watch a broadcast, you can tell that the announcers and analysts are handcuffed. I learned more from Owen Parker about goaltending in 8 minutes yesterday. Unfortunately, I love Marty Baron because he could tell the truth of what's going on. And, it just has to be so deep. We're speculating on the outside. I think at this part of the organization, they're tone deaf to the fan base. They don't even have to win. We go back to the cliche, the hardest working team in hockey. When they started, they were terrible. But at least you earned a little clout, and I don't see any of that there. Yeah. But maybe to the modern organization and modern athlete, that doesn't matter. Truly. Could you, other than Deline and maybe Tuck, could you spot a Saber out in public? When I was a kid, these guys were God. These guys aren't even relevant. So, I don't know. Yeah. It's emotional for us, but it's frustrating because there's no quick fix. And it's even more frustrating because 14 years, teams have retooled and overlapped us, and it's almost like a death march, yearly thing.
Thanks, Rich.
What you gonna say? Great job, guys. Love listening every morning.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, we're gonna check in with Owen again as a goalie returns. He's on a back-to-back. Goalies have to do that sometimes. You got to go on a back-to-back. and be our senior goaltending correspondent at some point today. We'll get to that. Also, I think it's funny. Like every Sabres call, you have to throw in at some point. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rich did that. That's how I feel. Mid-statement, you're just like, I don't know, man. Thanks, Rich, for the phone call. 7 periods without getting up once? You guys are crazy. Well, Josh, you've got a goal now. 7 periods? 7 periods without standing up from your seat. Without leaving your seat, I should say.
They'll need a playoff game.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We got to get to Saquon Barkley. We got to get to Devontae Adams as an idea. Paul Hamilton, top of the hour, will get his look on all this. It is deadline week, so the Sabres have a couple days to make big changes. LOL. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Too many passengers tonight. They won the compete. They won the puck play game. Our puck play was awful. Just too many guys took the night off.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff following their loss to the Sharks last night. Happy Wednesday. It's warm out there. Going to be warm. Going to rain. I mean, you're going to be walking in soup. But yesterday, short sleeves, or at least a little bit of it. That was nice. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I took the dog for a walk without a jacket.
Nice.
That was nice. Did you see who Alex Tuck passed to? Oh, this wouldn't have been you last night, though. Would it have been the other night? Alex Tuck, who he passed in goals now for the Buffalo Sabres.
I did not.
He is above Danny Briere. He's been here longer than it feels like. Oh, isn't that true of every player on the team, though? Wouldn't you say every player on the team has been here longer than it feels like? Thompson's been on the team since the 10-game win streak team.
Yeah, Thompson's been here pre-pandemic.
Yeah, 18. He's in the O'Reilly trade, and he plays right away.
Yeah.
So he's like, he's on the team. He's on a Housley team.
Wow.
So is Darlene, but they've all been here longer than you think.
803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550. Paul Hamilton coming up top of the hour. If you're on hold, we'll get some calls in with Paul as well. I'm excited to get a take-in on Shedeur Sanders a little bit later, too, because we're starting to see the NFL draft cycle is kicking up in full force.
Yeah.
Because now there's a big rush to defend Shedeur Sanders and say character assassination is wrong. And I just want to make sure, I'll do this later today, we remember what character assassination actually is. Two team executives saying it felt like he didn't take the interview seriously is not character assassination. Never forget what Nolan Naraki wrote about Cam Newton. That's character assassination. Because, well, maybe you don't remember that. But
I don't remember that.
Oh, wait, I'll pull it up. It'll blow your mind.
What he said, this is before he was in the league?
Before the draft. Yes.
Okay. He would have had wasn't there, it was one of the stupid, NCAA scandals, but wasn't there a scandal with, his dad accepting a trophy or something?
He got paid to go to Auburn, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
there's a lot. So anyway, 803-0550. Paul on the other side, Nick, RJ, anybody else wants to line up, we'll get your calls in with Paul on the Sabres, who are a couple days out from the trade deadline.
And we also have the Khalil Shakir numbers.
Okay.
Cap-wise coming up.
Cap hit this year is 2.5.
2.5.
No, they
lower than what it was going to be as a fifth round on a fifth-round rookie contract.
That's right. They save a little bit of money, and it's not a big cap hit. They have one void year in there in 2030. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. His 2-year cash is $20 million. His 3-year cash is $31 million for Shakir. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwall Eye Care. They are online at atwalleye.com, and you can, at Atwall, get the opportunity to, have lunch on a Friday and learn about cataract surgery. Because, sports fans, maybe you went to that game last night and driving home at night, your vision not what it used to be, and maybe because of cataracts. Maybe you have trouble in bright light, and could be because of cataracts. Natural part of the aging process, but don't worry, Atwell Eye Care has you covered. Customized cataract surgery options that fit your lifestyle. Here's your chance to get the answers you need. Register at atwelleye.com for their Lunch and Learn. Coming up on the 14th, Dr. A.J. Gerongo can answer all your questions. You can find out how cataract surgery can help you see the 716 more clearly, how they can tailor it for you and your lifestyle. That's the 14th at Iliota Palos in Blaisdell at noon. So March 14th, next Friday, Lunch and Learn, grab something to eat, get to know Dr. Gerongo, get your answers on cataract procedures and how it can help you. Register at atwelleye.com. That's atwelleye.com. Get ready to see the 716 effortlessly. Atwell Eye Care, official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills, and who I trust for my family.
The Buffalo Sabres fall last night 6-2 to the worst team in the NHL. The Sharks in last place come into Buffalo and beat the Sabres. It was still close going into the third, but they started pulling away after that. Lindy Ruff said they had too many passengers on the night. Tage Thompson making comments, too many guys took nights off, was a quote from the locker room last night as well. Tough night for the Sabres on Buffalo Bills night. They are next in action tomorrow night. They will be back in Tampa. Florida trip, Tampa tomorrow, and then Florida on Saturday. To football. We actually just got the numbers on Khalil Shakir's contract extension, how it breaks down year to year. Shakir's cap hit in 2025 will actually be roughly $700,000 lower than it would have been had he still been on his rookie deal. $2.5 million will be his cap hit this year, before then rising to $6 and then $13 million in the next 2 years, and so on. Devontae Adams released by the New York Jets. That saves them about $30 million on their cap, and he is now available to sign with any team. The Philadelphia Eagles give Saquon Barkley a new deal, 2-year, $40+ million extension, which makes him the first running back in NFL history to earn more than $20 million per year, and of course then the highest paid running back over Christian McCaffrey in the league today. LeBron James becomes the first player in NBA history to score 50,000 points last night in a win over New Orleans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Mr. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Wester Hotline. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Hump Day. Right, people still say that?
Happy Hump Day?
Yeah.
I don't see the commercials much anymore.
Yeah, maybe not. Paul, good morning.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Paul, what would your reaction be if I told you that producer Josh, who attended the game last night, sat down in his seat in the first period and never left it the whole game? No intermission breaks, nothing. No nachos.
Let me stretch my legs.
Not a bathroom
nothing.
run. Just sat down and stayed there the whole game.
He was hoping he'd get a ride on the Zamboni. They didn't invite him, so I'm sure he was upset about that.
Would you have gotten up if they said, come on the Fan Zam?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all right. Good.
Riding on a Zamboni, that's awesome. Why not?
So he was actually holding out for more. He wanted more from the same.
True or false, you were trying to get on the Lion King cam the whole time or something like that.
Yeah, my dad was actually going to lift me up.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect. All right.
Yeah, you had Sean McDermott on the Zamboni. We should have had, the way the game went last night, should it have been drought-themed last night? Should they have Kyle Williams in the building and Fred Jackson, we
can have a lot of fun with that later. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Paul, good morning. We're laughing because, it takes the pain away. The Sabres last night, Lindy Ruff said too many passengers. They lose to a Sharks team that had 11 regulations going into that game. And, whatever, Paul, whether it's rock bottom or whatever it is, they find ways to continue to embarrass themselves. Or in Montreal, Lindy calls it a must-win game. They're down 3-0 after the first. Last night, okay, get right against the Sharks, who are a bad team. And, it's just... It wasn't even, Paul, it was close in the third, but they weren't playing great the whole time. It's all snowballing, Paul, I guess is what I was getting to.
Yeah, the Sharks had lost 14 of 16 and 17 out of 20. You gave up 4 goals in the third period to a team that's 29th in goal scoring. And just to be a no-show, you don't show up at all. That's just... And, I asked, do you think you guys were overconfident? And Thompson goes, I would hope not. But he also said, if you watch the game, he said, actions speak louder than words. He said it certainly looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah.
With the way they played. So, and I've said this to you guys before because the players have said this, a couple of times. Well, we thought it was going to be easy. Well, this, that, and it's like, how could this team ever think it's going to be easy? There are guys on this team that have never played in a playoff game. This franchise hasn't had a playoff game in 14 years. How could this team in last place in the Eastern Conference and 29th place in the NHL ever be overconfident?
Do you think, Paul, I think Lindy got this question, right, last night, like if the players had checked out, and he says no. I kind of think he can't really say yes there, because do you think that's maybe part of... Well, it would only be last night, though, right? Because we had talked about how in the Montreal games, like they looked engaged, they just made mental mistakes.
That's exactly what he said. He goes, if they were checked out, he goes, they would have checked out last night against Montreal, and they didn't check out in that game. So it's certainly. But the other thing is too. It's kind of disrespectful to their coach the way they act too. I mean, he sits there and talks about goals that he wants to set for the season, and the first 2 games are fine, and then it's like, who cares about your goals? I mean, and they lose 4 games in a row. I mean, and it's just when you get out, you gotta go 3-1-1, and you're 2-0, and you're looking like maybe you can do at least for the first 5 game segment. Next thing you know, you've lost 4 in a row, and that's that I don't know. I just think they disrespect their coaches. I mean, they've had 2 different coaches who they very rarely play the way those 2 coaches wanted them to play, and in both cases, when they do and when they did, they play pretty well, and they look like a pretty good hockey team, but they just don't seem to want to like the Montreal game. Your coach told you how many times you cannot take penalties against the Montreal Canadiens. You just can't. And they promptly go out and take 5 penalties in the first period and give up 4 power plays and give up 2 goals. To me, it's almost disrespectful the way they just don't listen to their coaches. They don't do what the coaches say. They don't listen to them very often. Not enough. Mm-hmm. Because if they did, maybe we would be talking about meaningful games.
Is that what do you think that is? Do you think that is just the players being arrogant at times? Do you think it's they don't focus in more often than other teams? Because, like you said, like it's been happening for a couple of years now. I'm always wondering like why that seems to happen with them.
Would it be too hot a take, Paul, to say these players kind of know the organization doesn't take it seriously, so they don't?
I don't know if they don't take it seriously. They just don't listen. I mean, it's hard to say. It really is. It's hard to say how the whole thing with it, and these guys aren't responsible for the whole thing, is hard to figure. It's hard to talk about. It's not like they've never had any good players in 14 years, mm-hmm. But yet. You would think by accident you would have played a playoff game by now, especially some of the players that have been here. O'Reilly, Eichel, Reinhart, you can just keep naming them. I mean, it's not like they haven't ever had good players here, but somehow or another it doesn't work here, and then it does work when they go somewhere else. And I have no explanation for that. I just don't. I don't understand how it keeps happening here. And then another good player shows up and he doesn't do well here, but then he gets tired of losing, so he goes somewhere else and does well. And I just don't have any explanation for you.
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Let's get a couple calls in here with Paul. RJ in Georgia. Hey, RJ, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I do a little daily trivia with my brother and cousin. Kind of stole that idea from you guys. Take it or leave it. The Sabres have had 22 goalies since Miller left playing a game, and I feel like we're like that Browns jersey with their quarterbacks. But I'm wondering, how many can you guys come up with?
Of the goalies that have played since Miller?
Of the goalies, there's 22 of them.
I mean, we'd be here the rest of the segment.
You'd be here until May. Think of the day, because I've never heard of 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's.
I'm pretty good at
when
this.
It comes to Sabres drought trivia.
Yeah, I can crack my knuckles and get down to into the Connor Knapps of the world.
I was just going to say,
if I really need
who do you think
to,
the 3 are that he hasn't heard of?
Connor Knapp, Nathan Lewin, and
Michael Hauser. You going to give him that? Maybe that or
Matt Hackett.
Matt Hatton.
I was going to go with, who's the guy they traded for? Jason Kasdorf.
Okay. There you go.
No one knows who that is.
Paul,
Maybe Paul does. Paul might know who that is.
Paul, to the goaltending point, though, I kind of keyed in on that yesterday. We talked to Owen about this in the first segment, just to get former goalie's thoughts on what's happening in goal. And, they find their way sometimes to veteran guys that play well. Craig Anderson played pretty well for them.
Reimer's played well at times this year.
Reimer has played well at times, but what they are doing is they are bargain shopping at the backup goaltender position. Reimer's a guy that they waived and then they brought back, while Levi Cook's down in Rochester. And we asked Lindy yesterday, you gonna get Levi up here? Like, how are you handling this? Because, man, Luukkonen gave us a little bit of a glimpse of what it's like to have consistent goaltending, and I feel like he has not given us that glimpse this year. And the Levi dream is alive, and I don't know what the right steps are, and I'm not sure the Sabres know necessarily the right steps here. But what do you make of what it should look like in goal going forward?
In my opinion, with the way this season's going now, Levi shouldn't touch the National Hockey League. Let him. I would think the right thing to do would be let him continue to have his all-star season in Rochester. The Amherst are doing very well, and let's see where he can take that team for this year. They're to me, having him up here for what? It just, every time he comes up here, it doesn't go well for him. And I would just let it be for this year and finish it out in Rochester. Luukkonen is another puzzle. I mean, for 36 games, was it, after January 1st, his numbers were some of the best in the National Hockey League. And he played the second most games in the National Hockey League. And it looked like the Sabres had their goalie. This year, very inconsistent. At times it looks good. Certainly didn't look good yesterday. Reimer in Montreal, I was only maybe the second game I didn't like of his this year. I mean, he had one start that wasn't good, and there were 2 goals in Montreal that, he should have had, and Lindy was upset about the overtime winner. And, but overall, I think he's been fine as far as the backup, but Luukkonen has just been very, very inconsistent. He'll go on little streaks this year where he's playing very well, puts up good numbers, and then it goes away. And it's hard to say. It's hard to say why. It's like, where was that guy last year that was going to build on that season and get even better and looked like a number 1 goalie in the NHL? What happened to him?
Yeah. And really, you wouldn't expect movement there, right? Like, isn't the plan just plug and play whoever, Reimer or whoever would be as the backup until Levi's ready to join Luukkonen as the tandem in the NHL?
And I don't know if the two of them can be a tandem in the NHL, because from everything I've seen, they both have to play a lot. They're the type of goalie that if they don't play a lot, they're not very good. Now, this year, that hasn't worked out very well for Luukkonen. In the beginning of the year, it didn't work out because they were going back and forth, playing one game, then other guy played the other. Neither one looked good. And then once Levi went down, Luukkonen did start looking good for a bit because, he was getting the starts, and it's like, well, all right, now he's getting back to it because he's getting a chance to play. So that's what I wonder. I wonder if they ever could be a tandem together, because it seems like if they're not playing, they just aren't very good.
Do you think Lindy deserves any blame, Paul? Like, I think Adams is more the lightning rod for most. I don't hear a lot of Lindy criticism. I don't even know what it would really be, but what about from you? Like, should the coach bear any of the brunt for what's going on this year?
Yeah, I think in the NHL, coaches bear too much brunt at times, and nobody ever wants to blame the players. But sure, I mean, he has to take responsibility. Why can't you get your point across to your players? I mean, you have a system that looks like it's a good system and looks like it works, but why can't you get your players to play it all the time? I mean, why are they not listening to you? Why, when you tell them forcefully that you guys can't take penalties, and next thing you know, it was one of the most undisciplined periods I've seen, and they take 5? Well, something's not right. I mean, your connection with your players isn't there. Why are you not connecting with your players? Why, when you tell them to do something, they're not doing it? Why, when you've laid down a game plan, it's not always executed or even close? And so, yeah, certainly that, why are your special teams? He is in charge of bringing special teams here, and it's his power play, it's his penalty kill. Why all of a sudden has that gone down the drain? Or not all of a sudden, but it hasn't gotten any better under him. And why is that? I mean, especially the power play. Why can't he get a power play going or devise a power play that could be better and not be near the bottom of the league?
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Paul, we look forward to the deadline Friday. Are you expecting movement? Are you expecting something big, something small? It's a different kind of deadline. You and I have talked about it on this show, saying that Kevin Adams shouldn't really work in prospects and picks. I might be changing that tune a bit because in order to get players, you might have to get picks that you can then use in the summer. I don't know. It feels like they're kind of in an impossible spot, and people don't have a lot of faith that there will be much movement.
Yeah, and Yoki Haru would be the one that probably is prospects or picks. I think it's time to move on from that, and I think they're looking to move on from that, and I don't think he would be upset if that happened. I would still continue to try to sign Zucker and Greenway. I don't think I would be interested in trading them. If I got to take them past the deadline, then I'd take them past the deadline. So that's the way I would do it. As far as what am I expecting, I've done too many trade deadlines, and they always go opposite of what you think. You think, there's going to be a lot of movement around the NHL, and we're sitting there at 225 going, well, there have been about 4 trades in the league. When is this movement going to start? And then when it's like, geez, you haven't heard much about anything going on. Next thing you know, players are being traded all over the place. So I just don't. I've learned not to expect anything from a trade deadline because if you start expecting it, you usually get the opposite.
So what you're saying is we should expect nothing, and then they're going to make a bunch of big trades on Friday.
There you go. That might work. That might work.
It is looking like it's early, but it might be a seller's market. Trent Frederick went for a second and a pick and a prospect. Dreger was talking about how Scott Lawton is getting offers for a first. I've asked you that about Zucker and Greenway. Even then, they would want extensions for these two players.
And I learned my lesson about that too. Thinking, well, what are you going to get for Paul Gaustad? Yeah.
And then you get a first.
A number 1 pick? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it can happen.
Like, how did that happen? So I learned my lesson there too. It's just like you never know what somebody might offer for a player. And they were able to pull off a hockey trade, which is kind of rare around trade deadline day last year in the Byram trade. That would be the type of trade I would be looking for. But, to try, trade for a guy who was on an expiring contract that you got to sign, well, you better be, if you're the Buffalo Sabres, it's not like you're looking for a rental, so you better know that you can sign this guy. Mm-hmm. If you're going to go trade for him and trade assets for him, and get a guy who's going to be a restricted or unrestricted free agent, you got to know that you can sign the guy. So, obviously, they're not going to be looking for rentals, and that's a lot of rentals are going to be traded here. So, I know people are going to be very, very disappointed if not much is done by the Buffalo Sabres, but the trades that the Buffalo Sabres I think need to be involved in typically are done in the off season or around draft time.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
We'll chat later in the week. Deadline day is Friday. And Paul's appearance brought to you by Raylax. On to Raylax, we got this. So, quick thing on Davante Adams, who is a free agent.
He's available right now, right?
Would you like to play a quick game with Davante Adams? What does SpotTrack say his market value is?
They've got him at 2 years, $43 million.
They have him at 2 years, $27 million.
Total?
$13 million average salary.
I'm into that.
We should talk about the Adams idea because it is not the same as last year. We know they were interested last year. They were reportedly calling on receivers, and right after Adams got moved to the Jets, the Bills immediately struck and went for Cooper. Okay, great. And they traded less, right? The Jets traded a second, the Bills traded a third from Amari Cooper. There's a note from Matthew Berry about Amari Cooper in an article he wrote, 25 things he heard from the Combine. And he had two Bills sources in there, or two things from a Bills source. One was, I'm going to get this back to Adams. One was, Kincaid was more hurt than people knew, that's why he had a bad season. And the other was, Amari Cooper might be done. Yeah. From a Bills source. So, okay, if Cooper's not back, would they call Davante Adams and fire that up again because they were interested when he was getting traded? When he got traded from the Raiders, the team acquiring him acquired like a $3 million cap hit. Mm-hmm. He had redone his deal, so you have a year of Davante Adams as a rental, $3 million. Mm-hmm. Very low risk. The same as Cooper. If it doesn't work out,
there's no money.
Right, doesn't work out, whatever, we're done. The Jets just cut him, and they saved a bunch of money on their cap. What they save is they're not paying him. That's it. It was an easy rental and chop it. Now, if you want Davante Adams, okay, it's not a rental. It's not a $3 million cap hit. Let's say it's 2 years, 27. Let me put that up in a Twitter poll. You like that? 2 years, 27. He was still good last year. There's no doubt about it. He was still good. The reason he got cut is contract. No one wanted to pay him $28 million a year, and now Spotrac puts his value at half price. The Packers are the favorite. There's a lot of reporting he might go out west. The Chargers are in this. I don't know if he
gets rumored with wherever Rodgers ends up getting rumored.
Yep, that's right. The Raiders, maybe back to the Raiders. If Rodgers goes to the Raiders, Max Crosby's talking about the Raiders for Aaron Rodgers. So Adams, it's not a rental. It's not as expensive as it has been. He is 32.
But he's still good.
He's still good.
I'm kind of into it.
Is there a better idea that we know about?
That's the thing.
You might want DK Metcalf more. He's not exactly available.
Right.
Is Adams the best idea that you could just give him a call, and if he says yes, he's in? After that, it's Hollywood Brown. It's Chris Godwin.
Or it's you're drafting a guy on day 2.
Or day 1. Don't sleep on day 1.
I mean, I like that, but...
Anyway, think about that. Give us a call on that, too. On the Sabres, if you want, on Adams, and on James Cook. We're going to have to dig into what this Barkley contract means for Cook. I feel like it might actually lead some Bills fans to dig in further. If you are not wanting to pay Cook, the Barkley contract might get you further in that camp. 803-0550. If you want to give us a ring, be a part of the show. If you're on hold, we'll get to your call. If not, jump in. Join us, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. College basketball season rolling. We're getting closer to conference tournaments, of course, and the big one. So you can jump in with FanDuel and get $150 in bonus bets with your first $5 bet if that wins with FanDuel. That's $150 to bet everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who is cutting down the nets. So if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. College basketball season, a great opportunity to do that. Get your $150 in bonus bets when you place your first $5 bet that wins. The app, easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/white to jump in. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Sabres hosted the last place team in the NHL last night, San Jose, and they got bodied. 6-2 was the final score. 4 goals in the third period by San Jose. Lindy Ruff said they had too many passengers on the night. Another Sabres loss. They are next in action tomorrow night in Tampa Bay. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame at 6 here on WGR. To football, Khalil Shakir's contract numbers out. Mike Giannitti, a spot track had him that Shakir's cap hit in 2025 will only be $2.5 million. It's actually $700,000 lower than it would have been had he still been on his rookie deal. Devontae Adams released by the New York Jets. That saves them $30 million on their cap. He's now available to sign with any team. The Eagles gave Saquon Barkley a new contract yesterday. It's a 2-year deal worth over $40 million, so over $20 million per season, making him the highest paid running back in the NFL. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Shot towards the net by the Sabres goes up into the air. Here's Connor Clifton. Settles it to the high slot. One-timer coming. Scores! Tage Thompson got 93.9 miles per hour on that piece of rubber, and he slaps it home.
One of the Firth moments of the game from last night's loss to the Sharks, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth.
Saquon Barkley today is help paving the way for other running backs in the future, creating a new benchmark by which they will try to achieve in the future. With the cap going up, it makes it easier to do. And now we're starting to see very gradually running backs achieve some of the value in their contracts, but you're also starting to see it in the draft, which later on will equate to deals in free agency.
Adam Schefter on the Barkley extension / new contract. The Eagles had just signed Saquon Barkley, and they give him a new deal, $20 million per season.
Yeah, maybe hold off on the it's also happening in the draft comment that he makes there.
Yeah.
Like, guys have gone first round. Like, Bijan went in the Bijan went top 10.
Jahmyr Gibbs did.
Yeah, but there's not like this rush to pick running backs. Or, well, maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see. This will be the draft to test it, right? Because this is a good draft class for running backs. So, all right, let's see. If 3 running backs go in the first round and 4 go in the second round, then I'll buy that the draft is doing the same thing. But
yeah,
like last year, you had 1 running back picked in the first 2 rounds. That was it. Bad running back class, but whatever.
It is interesting. A running back gets paid the most ever for a running back, and he's lifting everyone up to his level to get running backs paid. Receiver gets a highest paid salary, and it's, holy cow, do you think teams can still do this? Interesting. I mean, I think, whatever, the Eagles won the Super Bowl, so they could sign a guy out of retirement who's 65 years old for $30 million, and we'd have to say, like, well, they must know what they're doing. They won the Super Bowl. Like, Barkley for $20 million? A.J. Brown was more valuable to them than Saquon Barkley.
Yeah. How different is the $20 million, like, by percent of this year's cap than $15 million was of last year's anyway? Like, it's an increase, but is it is it that drastic?
It's pretty drastic.
Is it?
I mean, running back salaries have been way down. They started to maybe catch up. I can pull up Spot Track in the,
you know what I mean?
Percentage of cap.
Yeah,
yep.
His percentage of cap from last year to this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great. And the Eagles are just playing a different game that I am still having a tough time figuring out, like, the exact reason why
they did
it
this.
actually benefits them. Because, sure, they're going to get all the credit, which is probably part of why they do it, is everyone sees, hey, this guy, what's the story of what happened yesterday? It has nothing to do with how it impacts the Eagles' cap. It's just, this guy played his you-know-what off. He won the Super Bowl. We rewarded him.
Mm-hmm.
And that gets seen. And the league, that probably does well for you when you're trying to convince players to come there. I don't know how much they need that in the first place, help with that. But that helps you. But like Mike Giannetti pointed this out, Brett Coleman kind of implied it too, that there is something the Eagles do where they're throwing money up front. Like when they pay Barkley here, Barkley's getting money up front because the owner has got a bunch of liquid capital, and his ability to pay the players now and not spread it out gives them more cap flexibility.
Yep.
I was wondering that with the GM yesterday. Like, Howie Roseman, I think, is a great GM, but is he playing from the front tees?
It sure seems like it.
Like, he gets benefits that not every GM in the league gets.
They have a ton of money that's going to hit in 2030.
Right, and at that point, you don't know, the cap could be enormous. And
who cares?
And you could spread it out even more if you need by then.
It is how the Bills should be living right now in Josh Allen's prime. They should be pushing as much money as possible into 2030. And we'll see about that.
And I don't know that they're at like the back end of this. Like, there are teams that do it, I think, probably worse than the Bills do, but the Bills are not like on the forefront. Like Shakir's contract, was it like one void year with a little bit of money in it?
Yep.
The Eagles are out here doing like 5 void years on these contracts.
Yep.
Spreading the money way, way out.
803-0550. Put up a Twitter poll. We'll take a call on the Sabres if you want that. I put up a poll about Davante Adams. You can vote in this one. Spot Trek puts his value at 2 years, $27 million total. So a $13.5 million average annual value. Would you do it? Would you do that? 2 years, $27 million for Davante Adams, and you can vote Devont yay or Devont nay.
Listen to this guy. Devont
yay. Am I allowed to spice up a poll a little bit?
It works. It works.
My answer is this. I certainly would not be upset by it. I don't know that it's the best they can do. It might be. It's not a great year for the draft. It's not a great year for free agency.
Nope.
And they need this piece. And he was an idea last year, and he was still good. He was much better than Amari Cooper was.
Yes.
And if he's still good, 2 years, $27 million, I certainly wouldn't be upset about it. And to follow up your point, by the way, before we get some calls in on Barkley, Saquon Barkley's new deal comes in at a lower percentage of the cap than Christian McCaffrey the year before.
All right.
So there you go.
And that's not even what McCaffrey
wow, look
signed
at this. He got the most money ever. Like, yes, he got a lower percentage of the cap than a guy did last year.
Right.
And that's McCaffrey. 803-0550. You can vote in our poll on Twitter. We can also vote in the poll on the chat. Would you take him? 2 years, $27 million.
Would it only be Metcalf for you? Like you said, it's not your favorite idea.
Metcalf requires making a trade and paying a guy, which that's sure. Metcalf's a great idea.
Do you like the idea of just drafting a guy 30 more?
Than Davante Adams?
Matthew Golden, for instance, or Bond. The Texas receivers are the top two in my head right now from the combine.
Bond is not a first rounder.
Bond's a second round guy, right? Yeah.
Jack Besh. I know Chris Trapasso's high on him.
Okay. Who's the Luther Burden?
Luther Burden, Missouri. Yeah. I don't know.
Like that is a rookie.
Yeah.
But that's a longer term idea, and you are less. Adams. It would be. I like the idea. That money, $13 million per year. I'd do that. That's reasonable enough for me. Like, I'd be into that.
Yep.
I'd be wondering from the moment he got here through training camp, through the season, would be fingers crossed. Just don't, like, eyes closed. Don't let the wheels fall off. Don't let the wheels fall off. Don't let Cooper. It happened quick.
Yep.
He had 1,200 yards and was winning people fantasy championships 14 months ago with, 200-yard games and running by people. And then last year, he looked cooked, completely shot. Like he could still catch the ball. He was making contested catches.
Just wasn't the same in separation.
He was not getting open, though. All of Allen's targets to him, he was pretty tightly covered. So that would be my fingers crossed. Adams is 32. Just at some point during the year, don't have it so that he's just,
But even if he
can't
is,
run anymore.
That's not the kind of number that kills you if he was cooked. It just wouldn't be that big a deal.
But he's my idea at receiver then.
Well,
I probably don't do anything else at receiver if I sign him.
You might draft like a third round or second round. To answer your question, like you draft someone and you sign Adams.
That's a lot of guys then.
It is a lot of guys, but I mean, does Mac Hollins have to be on the team? I guess he probably does. Does Curtis Samuel have to be on the team? Yes, he does because they signed him $9 million per year. Anyway,
like you just don't have room for all of them to play.
That's right. Richard in Rochester. Hey, Richard.
Yeah, I've got the same fatigue that we all do. It's my wife tells me how to take a season off with the Sabres, but my my thought is that it's really the coach. I could criticize the general manager, but what I'm seeing, like if you go to another sport, just an example, if you can bear with me, if you go to the Detroit Pistons, they had a couple of really top-notch coaches in there, but they didn't fit with the team. Now they brought a new general manager, new coach. They were the worst team. They're now a 6th seed, and I know that the development in basketball is different, but these players are coming alive. The best player is now the best player. The fits and people that they brought in along the way, you could say a McLeod, you could say a Zucker that were brought in last year. Those kind of players, in that, if you could take it to a Pistons level, because they did a similar thing, brought in some supporting players to really make it go. That team's on fire, and I think it's Bickerstaff. I think it's the coach, and I just don't think Lindy Ruff has got it. I think Donnie took him as far as he could last year. We got to, you could switch out Adams, and you could say he needs to be making bigger trades and doing hit from the swing from the fences. But I'm just really concerned about the coaching and the players not responding. Players don't respond. It's the coach.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Richard. When we talked about this with Lindy, the idea of how much your players you want, and this feels like we've had this conversation 1,000 times, you want players that don't need that push. And I just think that hockey, more than any sport, maybe this is right, or you don't have to agree with this. When you lose, it's because you didn't try. Everybody says that. Mm-hmm. Everybody says, oh, we didn't try. Well, we had passengers out there tonight. And I'm thinking back to the Four Nations where PK Subban's going on his rant about the NHL versus the NBA. Like, oh, you can't play hockey without passion. He would rant and rave, and I would think, I've seen a lot of games where teams do, is it that, or is it that, are they not that good? I mean, what happened to them, let's really talk about what happened to them. What has happened to them is after getting some consistent goaltending, that's not there anymore. What happened to them is after identifying a couple of key pieces and core pieces, some of those pieces completely disappeared, Samuelson and Cousins. Mm-hmm. They had young players that were really exciting and looked very promising. Jack Quinn, gone. J.J. Peterka, lost a little bit in this shuffle. Who else?
The goalie.
Goalie's a part of that. You could say it's the coach that's responsible for all that, and that's fine. But, they had pieces, and they've lost them along the way. They don't get production from players they expect to get production from. And maybe the coaching change was a mistake.
There was that player poll that occurred a couple of months ago, maybe like a month ago, that there was an anonymous player that said what he's heard from. One of the questions was, what was a coach in the league you didn't want to play for? Like anonymous player poll, any coach in the league, who would you not want to play for? And Lindy got a couple of votes.
Yeah, and an anonymous player said the feeling is the game is
what
passed
he had
him
heard
by.
from players that he's coached recently is that the game's passed him by. So, is that a feeling? Is that not even of all the players, is that a feeling of any of them in the locker room? Because there are games where it looks like they act that way.
803-0550. On the Sabres, if you want, on the Devontae Adams idea, the Twitter poll is 50-50 on yay or nay. 2 years, $27 million. If, in fact, that, contract is right, Spotrac's projection. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. More of your phone calls. And Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. We'll talk some free agency, free agent ideas, Adams as an idea. I know he's talked about Josh Palmer and Tutu Atwell, some speed guys, some outside guys, different types of receivers. Of course, what to do in free agency. Myles Garrett, that pursuit. So Joe Marino, he's back on Wednesdays, and that's coming up top of the hour here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. That was a rough winter. Might get cold again, but it's going to be warm today. Did a number on the roads. The snow, the ice. Did it do a number on your car? Cracked bumper. Maybe you got a smashed fender. It's not a good look. Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. When my car needs work, I go to Clinton Collision. These guys are the real deal. They bring wrecked cars back to life. Plus, They work with all insurance companies. You don't have to worry about anything on that front. So if you happen to be involved in one of the many accidents that occurred over the winter, call the guys I trust at Clinton Collision. 716-823-2000, or you can visit their website and book there at clintoncollision.com.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. March 5th. Sal pointed something out yesterday on Twitter. I want to make sure I get this along. Sal pointed out last year we found out the Bills were releasing Poyer, Morse, Mitch Morse, Trey White, Saran Neal, Naeem Hines, Deontay Hardy on March 6th. It was exactly 1 week before the new league year.
Mm-hmm.
That's today, this year. It's exactly 1 week till the new league year. So any sort of moves that the Bills are going to make, Von Miller, anybody, is today the day. If they are in line with last year, it was 1 week. It was 1 week out, and it might again be 1 week out. So something to keep in mind. Sal said, keep your head on a swivel.
All right.
There you go.
Time for building a better strategy for the Sabres, presented by SalesRebel.ai. Build better strategies. Visit SalesRebel.ai today to learn more. Did you see Chad DiDominis' tweet about Jason Zucker and how they might be really close on a 3-year extension?
Yes.
Said, not me saying it's done or signed or agreed to, but he said, wouldn't be shocked to hear about a Zucker extension in the next 24-ish hours. Their power play looks lost when he's not out there. But I might say I don't love the idea of signing him to a 3-year extension if he's 34, going into his age 34 season.
It's probably
for me.
fine.
It is like the strategy for me. Like open up a couple of spots. If you don't want Zucker to be one of those spots, that's fine. But I'm not going to feel great if it's like they don't have a single forward spot available for next season because they just brought everybody back. Like other than let's make a change on the fourth line.
Well. Right? They might have a player who says yes when they say, would you like to play for us?
Mm-hmm. So you kind of have to, take it.
Yeah, you might have to. And I've also...
And you can open up a spot somewhere else. You can trade Cousins if you want. You can do something else.
And I also feel like the Sabres have actually been too afraid of guys that are older. Guys that are old in this league, some of them are really old, still kind of play as veterans. They know how to play the game.
Sure.
I mean, when Zucker signed here this year, it was, wow, $5 million for that guy? Isn't he kind of old? And he's been one of your best players.
Yeah.
So
speed is still there for him,
for
too.
For a team
like
that's
skating.
consistently playing guys that are 23, I'm not going to have too big of a problem with it. And again, like by the time you get to the end of that deal, you might want him on your team to be bringing up your salary floor.
Right, yeah.
I think... Does it make sense for every team? No. Can I see why they would? There's a couple reasons.
Yeah. He has 9 power play goals on the season. Who's second this year for the Sabres? He has 9. Nobody else has more than 4. Thompson and Dahlin, 4 apiece.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. When do the Sabres play again?
Tomorrow in Tampa. The site of the Labushkin goal, and is that the only positive memory in Tampa?
Best memory in Tampa. They won a game 7-6, maybe in overtime. An amazing game
2 years ago.
No,
there was another game against Tampa 2 years ago that was fun, but that might have been at home. You're thinking of a game from like what the good years?
Yeah, basically? Or maybe like the good-ish years.
I don't remember what Tampa was in those years.
No,
like when Briere and Drury are here. What's Tampa?
Vinny LeCavalier and Martin St. Louis.
Okay.
Right? Brad Richards.
They're a playoff team, though, around there, I think, still.
803-0550, our phone number. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting, getting us geared up for free agency. We'll ask him about Devontae Adams, some other receiver options, and, of course, how the Bills start to rebuild this defensive line, which is at the top of the list of things to do. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
Not a great night for the Sabres on Buffalo Bills night. They fall to the last place team in the league, San Jose, by a 6-2 final. Lindy Ruff called the night embarrassing, said there were too many passengers on the night. Puck decisions were pathetic. Tage Thompson said they had too many guys taking nights off, so pretty rough night. And it definitely was called out in the locker room after, but Sabres lose. They'll be in action next tomorrow at Tampa Bay. They have a trip to Florida against the Lightning and then the Panthers on Saturday. Elsewhere around football, numbers on Khalil Shakir's contract. Mike Giannetti tweeting this out shortly ago. Shakir's cap hit in 2025 is actually going to be $700,000 lower than it would have been on his rookie deal. He'll be at $2.5 million this year, with the rise beginning after that, $6 million in 26, $13 million, and so on and so forth. Davante Adams, released by the New York Jets, saves them about $30 million on their cap. He is now available to sign with any team he wants. The 32-year-old receiver did have a lot of catches and yards with the Jets after traded last year. The Eagles give Saquon Barkley a new deal, 2 years, $40 million extension. That makes him the first running back in NFL history to earn more than $20 million per year, which obviously then makes him the highest paid back in the league. In the NBA, LeBron James becomes the first player in NBA history to score 50,000 points. He did that in a win last night over New Orleans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Davante Adams is older, still a highly productive player. I think it just depends on the team, how they value each player, but nobody was going to trade for Davante Adams' contract. When we go back to Deebo Samuel last week being traded to Washington, he was due $17.5 million. Well, Davante was due double that. You're never going to find a trade partner for Davante Adams. It was never realistic, and that's why the Jets have essentially granted him his release. He now hits the open market and becomes one of the top free agent wide receivers out there.
Adam Schefter on Davante Adams now joining the free agent wide receiver class. Bills likely in the market for one receiver, maybe in the draft, maybe in free agency. And, of course, the league year starts a week from today. Jeremy and Joe with you. Good Wednesday morning. Joining us on the Western Hotline. The boys are back in town. We got them back. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast, Locked on NFL Scouting. Always a pleasure to have him on the show. Joe, good to have you back. We gave you like a month off, post Super Bowl, come down, take some time. You still did your work with Locked on Bills and everything you do, but we're thrilled to have you back.
Good to be back with you guys. Hope everyone's doing well.
How have you, let's catch up on the Bills offseason at this point. It's been, really just the Shakir signing, and past that, we're kind of waiting for decisions on Von Miller and everything. So let's chime in first on Shakir, on the deal to get him re-signed and the numbers of it, the fit, what it tells us about him and his role here.
Well, I think the numbers came in really strong for the Bills. I mean, most of the projections were suggesting that it could push $20 million a season, and it comes in at a tick over $13 million APY, which is a strong value for a player that obviously has been a success story with the draft, the fifth-round pick, really just incrementally taking steps every single year, and has become a stabilizing piece of this offense for Josh Allen with what he's able to do from the slot. And I think with the age, right, he's just turned 25 years old. I mean, this looks like a very, very logical deal all the way around. And what I really like is it's a strong commitment to Khalil Shakir, but it's not necessarily the type of commitment that makes you feel like you have so much invested in the wide receiver position that you don't have room to continue adding there. And so I think it makes a lot of sense. I think Khalil Shakir will be better as the infrastructure around him is better for the offense. I think, there's a lot more with Khalil Shakir, I think, as a down-the-field player. And I think last season he kind of fell into this, okay, we just got to have manufactured touches, get him the football, let him create after the catch, maybe a choice route occasionally from the slot. But I think as the Bills shore up the outside players, as they, hopefully establish more with Dalton Kincaid, that there's going to be more opportunities for Kincaid to be an even bigger piece down the field for this offense. Because, we saw that in a big way last year. When I say last year, I mean 23, really, when Brady took over. And I'm excited to hopefully see that more as part of what he offers this offense moving forward.
On Shakir and where he goes from here, I like to point out that a lot of his yards after catch is kind of baked into the offense. It's not a slight to him. It's the marriage of Shakir and Joe Brady's system has been a really nice one. When you watch him play, Joe, do you see a lot more that they could do with him? And you kind of alluded to it there, does unlocking that come down to getting attention focused elsewhere, whether that's on Kincaid or it's on the outside?
Yeah, I do think so, and I go back to 2023, and they love that slot fade with him. A lot of times with him being able to get down the field and win outside the numbers, kind of aligning from the slot, but then working towards the sideline. And there's a lot of production like that I think is still available. I think he's a good down the field, middle of the field type player, and I think it comes down to, can the Bills get more from the outside receivers? Because the Bills face so much man coverage. I think it's like back-to-back seasons where they face the highest percentage of man coverage of any team in the NFL. And to me, that's a direct slight on the outside receivers and the lack of respect that opponents have and don't feel like they have to do anything other than just man it up and space the field how you want. And that's going to lead to a lot of one high, middle of the field closed looks, which takes away from Khalil Shakir. So I think if you get better on the outside, you're going to unlock even more with Khalil Shakir, which is exciting because we know there's a lot of chemistry and a lot of efficiency when Josh Allen throws the ball to Khalil Shakir.
How much of that is going to be Coleman taking a step? They've talked about him repeatedly, how they were kind of let down from the point when he comes back from the injury to the end versus, what Coleman was beginning of the season. And then also, Joe, like their investment at the position in the offseason, whether that's the draft or free agency. You've talked about Josh Palmer, right? So there are ideas. Yep. There's just not a lot of big ideas unless Adams is available, I guess.
Well, yeah, I think step one is the Bills need to be right about Keon Coleman. And I think, even everyone knows that I was pretty low on the idea of Coleman. And by about week 9, I was getting excited. I was seeing the vision. There was a lot of dynamic plays, and whether it was yards after catch or winning those 50-50 balls. And I thought they did a good job of using him more at every level of the field early in the season, which I think helps unlock the vertical stuff. Everybody knows Keon Coleman's not a burner, but if the only thing you're going to do with him, which they did later post-injury, was just lob one up to him down the field, that's such low efficiency, and nobody's worried about him getting behind them, in terms of a vertical receiver. And so if you're not involving him at all levels of the field, cornerbacks are unconcerned with his ability to run by them. And I thought early in the season, as I went back and watched every target this past season of Keon Coleman. And the biggest thing that stood out to me was how he was used in the first 9 games compared to that return from injury. There was just a lot more shallows and working back down the stem that I thought unlocked more of those chances for him to have better looks down the field. So I think they got to get back to that. Obviously, I think Coleman certainly didn't come back and play anywhere near the level, and I think the metrics obviously support that he played with early in the season. But the point being is I was getting excited, and then, of course, the return from injury and our lasting impression of Keon Coleman is not very good. And so the Bills need to be right. They got to get back to what they were doing earlier that year with him, build on it. And then, I think it is coming down to finding another option outside. And I'm not really in support of Amari Cooper coming back. I saw that was a Matthew Berry with the nugget out there about, a Bills source saying that, his days as like a true number one are over. And I thought that was pretty clear when you watch the tape. I know he had a wrist injury, but the wrist injury doesn't have anything to do with separation quickness or, burst or vertical speed. I just didn't see the same type of juice out of Amari last season for the Bills. And so, I think they do need to make another investment for an outside receiver. And, look, they could go after a Devontae Adams. I don't know how much you want to rely on him at age 32 coming in. Maybe it is a Josh Palmer, who's metrically a player that I'm very excited about with his route win rates against man coverage. Maybe an early draft pick, but I do think they got to shore that up so they can really get what they want out of Shakir and, of course, even Dalton Kincaid.
To Adams and the idea, Joe, how much about what they need for that final piece, and we're going to get to the defense, of course, but we started here with Shakir and the offense. How much of that final piece of the offense is about the type of player, and how much is about the caliber of player? And I guess where does, maybe caliber of player trump the type? Because field stretch is the thing we're hearing a lot of. And I don't know if you feel like Devontae Adams is going to give you that. Adams was good last year. So what's your balance for that final piece?
I think it's probably more type of player, to be honest with you, because I don't feel a ton of urgency that the Bills need to go and add a guy that can come in and command 100 targets. I don't necessarily feel like that's what they need. I think they need somebody that can come in and command 50 to 75 targets and give the Bills a route winner, right? Somebody that can beat man coverage, somebody that's going to make teams think twice about just letting their corners play on an island against the Bills' outside receivers. And would it be great if that player had vertical elements to his game? Of course. But I think you can probably double down and get yourself a steady player on the outside. I'm a big fan of Josh Palmer from the Chargers as a kind of a bargain type investment. But I think you want to double down there and get yourself a player that has some verticality to their game, a true speed threat, somebody that other teams are worried about that can win down the field. And that, I think, opens up your spacing overall as well. So ideally, you can get that all in one player. I'm not sure who that is outside of maybe Darius Slayton. But ideally, it's a route winner, a field stretcher, and I think you've got a really good-looking wide receiver core to build off of the foundation you laid last season.
To the defense, Joe.
Before we do that, can I get a thought on
Yeah.
Slayton quickly? Because people know the name, and he's been durable for the Giants. What do you think of him?
I like Darius Slayton, and there's a lot of very clean elements to his fit, like I kind of already said. Like, he is the one player that definitely profiles as a true outside player that gives you vertical speed, right? A 4.3 guy. And, I think Slayton, man, he's not had like eye-popping numbers, but good Lord, the quarterbacks have been terrible with the Giants. And he's led the team in receiving 4 out of 6 years. I think that says something. And, 6'1", 190 pounds, so he's not like a little guy that you can fit in your pocket, 4.39 speed. And he has been durable, right? There hasn't been injury concerns there. I think it just comes down to you're probably looking at, I would guess, north $15 million a year or more. And sure, but the thing is, the Bills are not going to be able to make a big-ticket investment to solve all of their primary needs. So where do you choose to make a concession? Is it at corner? Is it at this receiver spot? I don't think it should be the defensive line, but I'll at least put it out there. Where do you find the economic path? And I find myself leaning towards either receiver or corner, but there's a lot of different ways to get this done.
That's where I kind of wanted to go next, Joe. You can include receiver if you want for this, but like defensively, what do you think they should have done? Like, what would you want them to have done before the draft when it comes to free agency? Like, line has got to be top of that list, right? Not to say there wouldn't still be room to draft someone in the first round, but maybe more so at corner or somewhere else they could just not have a big ticket item next week and we still think, okay, well, they'll just draft a guy.
Yeah, I think the Bills' most significant resource allocation has to come to the defensive line. I think it's just glaring, right? They need more impact there, and I think it takes away from the entire defense when you're not being able to affect the quarterback to be able to win the line of scrimmage like you need to. Like, every level of the defense suffers from that. And so certainly I think they should add some players in the draft, even with high picks, but the most significant free agent dollars that they spend needs to be on players that can come in and help provide that impact. And so I would go into the draft thinking about continuing to add to the defensive line, but feeling really good about, 2 or 3 different investments that were added. And, I think that's what everyone's talking about the Eagles, right? That's what they did the thing to the Chiefs that the Bills have been wanting to do for a long time. And it comes down to, well, their defensive line won the game. What's interesting about that is, I think I would love for the Bills to trade for Myles Garrett. I hope that they do. But the Eagles don't have Myles Garrett. What they have is 7 or 8 guys that are really freaking good. And they all work together. They don't have 2 or 3 guys and then just, hoping to get by with 5 other players in the rotation. That's 7, 8 legit players. And I think the Bills have to start adding to a guy like Annette Oliver, a guy like Greg Rousseau. You need like 4 or 5 more players of that caliber. Obviously, maybe the one guy in Myles Garrett helps change that, but they got to really be able to win from multiple spots with that defensive line with more consistency. And I'd want to have that shored up as much as possible entering the draft.
We hear a lot about the draft. How about free agent options there?
For defensive line?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that I'm all over is Josh Sweat. I went through and watched a lot of these guys' tape. I just feel like, he's a guy that has a balanced skill set. There's some youth there, and just watching him rush the passer, there's a lot of different ways that he can win, and he's flexible and he's long. I think he'd be a really good investment. Now, it's probably going to be between $20 and $25 million a year, and I don't think twice about that. He's a big-time option that I'd really like to see. I think on the inside, Bobby Brown from the Rams is a big-time target for me that I think has untapped potential as a pass rusher that has proven to be, a good run-stuffing, nose tackle. So those are a couple of my favorite targets, and there's a lot of different ways that they can do that. They could look at maybe a Hassan Reddick as an option. There's other interior players. I think the good news is that there's going to be plenty of options. It's just, hey, be right about it, put it all together, and hopefully you get the impact that you've been seemingly trying to find for 8 years.
Do you think there's room for them to do something like that, Sweat, a free agent, a first-round pick, and also bring Vaughn back on a restructured contract? Like, how open do you think they should be to that idea?
Well, so this morning I've been working on my own mock off season, which will drop on Locked On Bills tomorrow. And I think it's entirely possible to do that. For me with Von Miller, right, the Bills can cut him and save $8.5 million in cap space. And certainly he could take a pay cut, but that pay cut would need to net the Bills at least $8.5 million in cap space. I don't know, he's 36 years old. I mean, how do you really want to count on 36-year-old Von Miller, right? I would be more interested in more upside and more long-term help. So, yeah, I would take that $8.5 million and use it towards my plan to really make this overall defensive line rotation more robust and absolutely double down with some premium draft picks as well.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting. Joe, we're going to spend a lot of time in the next couple weeks talking defensive line options and edge options. How much work does the secondary need?
It's a good question. Well, I think they need a starting corner. I think that's the primary thing. I know there's a lot of conversations about safeties, and I think there'll be some good safeties that the Bills could target in the draft in particular, but I kind of think that the plan is Rapp and Bishop. They signed Rapp to a 3-year extension. They drafted Bishop in the second round. I think that's the pairing that they're hoping to find. And then Cam Lewis is kind of your third guy. And I think they can, a mid-round pick or a savvy veteran, a Dean Marlowe-ish type veteran, I think kind of rounds out that safety room. But I think it comes down to finding that starter opposite of Christian Benford. And, could it be a big-ticket guy like a Trevarius Ward? That would make a lot of sense to me. Maybe Paulson Adebo from the Saints, who was part of who was drafted by Ryan Nielsen when he was the assistant head coach and then co-defensive coordinator. I think they could probably go that route, but, is it a situation where you look at that cornerback 2 spot, and it's always kind of been a spot where the Bills have been able to kind of get by. Sean McDermott has done that. He's brought in late-stage players in his career, even in Carolina, late-stage Peanut Tillman, late-stage Drayton Florence. I think that's certainly a possibility. And so it just comes down to, what type of investment do they want to make there? But obviously they got to find a starting corner opposite of Benford.
Bishop, remind us your draft take on Bishop, how you thought of him this year. He came up with Sal earlier this week because the safety that tested out of this world of the combine.
Nick Emenwari.
Yeah. Right. He was like, oh, everybody's blown away by this guy. And then I looked up Bishop's RAS score, relative athletic score, and he was a 9.8 or something. So, he's certainly got that athletic profile that the Bills love, and they often kind of lean on. What were your thoughts on him coming into the year, and is it normal for a guy like that, in this defense especially, to kind of need some time to kind of bake?
Well, so for Bishop with me, going back to Utah, my favorite things about him were his ability as a low safety to kind of trigger and play downhill, and then I thought he was a really good man coverage player against tight ends. Where I didn't find his best film was kind of covering deep zones, and I think the AFC Championship game was an example of you had a really bad pair in Hamlin and Bishop together where they're both better as lower safeties, and someone's got to play deep. And so, of course, they lean into the range that Bishop has in terms of athleticism, but there's still an instincts piece of playing in those deep zones that I think he's kind of missing. And so I think he'll pair a lot better with Rapp because Rapp is a better deep zone defender, and Bishop can play more as a low safety. So I think that'll unlock more. But what's interesting is Brandon Beane said something at the Combine. He said that it'd be difficult for any rookie safety to come in and start for the defense. And I think that speaks to, how much is on their plate. I think obviously Poyer and Hyde were so good for so long. But, a lot of disguise-oriented elements to the way the Bills want to play defense. And, I think there's probably a curve there that we need to be mindful of. And how many times do we hear Beane and McDermott say, like, he missed the most important part of his rookie season, which was the install of training camp, he was injured. So it kind of felt like maybe there was a head-spinning element to Bishop as a rookie, and you certainly maybe understand why, but got to hit the ground running, and another player that the Bills need to be right about as they reset this nucleus and gear up for another run.
But just to circle back to the offense for a moment before we wrap, Joe, James Cook's contract, he tweeted the eyeball emojis yesterday on the Barkley contract. Where do you fall on kind of what his worth should be to the Bills on a new contract, or if they should look at that at all? And is his snap count any point to be made here that he doesn't play as much as Barkley or some of the other super highly paid guys? And I think that's probably just pass blocking, right?
100%, but it matters a ton. I mean, it's 30% less snaps than these guys that are getting paid the money that James Cook wants. And the reality is if James Cook is your lead back, you now have to roster other players to make up for the things that James Cook doesn't offer. And he can't play, against blitz aggressive defenses with the snap volume that you're looking for in end of half situations when you're in 2 minute. He's a liability out there. And so he's a good runner. He's a good player, but there's limitations. And because there's limitations, it affects how you have to build out the rest of the room. And so you can't sit there and, to me, I think it's a completely unreasonable request to be paid in the ballpark of those top guys. I think he's a good player, but, I think he's more in the David Montgomery, James Conner type world where, hey, you're a good player, but, you fall short of offering what those players deliver. And I think that he's too aggressive with his position, and I get it. He wants to maximize his opportunity to get paid, but at the end of the day, it has to make sense based on what you offer the football team. And so, yeah, I'd be real hesitant about coming close to those demands. And there's a lot of opportunity cost conversations to have about, what else you could do with that money and continue to, invest draft picks in running backs and let them run their course. But I just don't see the same type of player that would command the same type of money. So I'm pretty far off on where James Cook values himself relative to the rest of the league.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, Locked On NFL Scouting, back on Wednesdays at 8 o'clock as we hit the offseason. League year starts a week from today. Joe, thanks. We'll chat next week.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
And he mentioned he's dropping his mock off season at Locked On Bills. Subscribe to Locked On Bills wherever you get your podcasts.
Pierre LeBrun tweeting in the last 30 seconds, more talks between the Sabres and Jordan Greenway's camp over the last 24 hours. They're looking to possibly extend the pending UFA forward. Both sides open to it.
Okay.
Nothing surprising. Though,
I'm reminded of the time that their offseason or their deadline move was extending Tim Connolly. They were thinking about trading him.
That happened at the deadline?
At the deadline. They extended Tim Connolly at the deadline. Extending
really?
Yeah.
I can't remember ever seeing that, and I don't even remember that happening.
Yep.
That's late in his career then, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. They extended Connolly at the deadline?
Yes.
I missed the second-round pick for a guy that's going to score 3 goals because...
You want to know something funny?
Brad Boyce, the last playoff goal.
To that point, I had like a Facebook memory pop up, and the thing that I wrote, I don't know, 14 years ago, 10 years ago, was Rafi Torres for Nathan Patient a second. Let's go.
Oh, my God. Let's go.
And then my college buddies that are Blue Jackets fans from Columbus were like, wow, can't believe you guys got him from us.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
he didn't score a single goal for them, right?
No.
Is he the one? Or Dominic Moore didn't score? No, wait.
I think it's Torres didn't score a goal. He had 19 goals coming in.
Did both of them not score a goal?
And Torres did not score.
Okay, right, yeah. And maybe it was a healthy scratch when they got to the playoffs a couple of times.
I don't even remember. I have no idea.
Long time ago.
Yep.
He played 14 games for the Sabres and had 5 points.
Yeah.
All right.
It's fine.
Did Dominic Moore also not score a goal for them? Doesn't that ring a bell?
Maybe.
I'm looking real quick. Dominic Moore, 18 games, 1 goal. Okay, so he had 1 goal. Better than Torres. None of those guys were ever good, right? Zubris was okay.
Zubris was good.
Zubris was good. The last time they traded a first-round pick for a player, right?
Yes.
Before Montour? I forgot. I looked that up last week. I think before Montour, the last time they had traded a first for a player was Zubris.
But no, it was Montour was not their own first.
Oh,
That's
you're right. It was the last time they traded their own first.
Zubris is the last time they traded their own first.
Incredible.
8030550. Speaking of which, every NFL team has its own first-round pick still. And every day it happens, it's the longest we've ever gone with every NFL team owning its first-round pick.
Well, keep an eye on the Giants.
Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 8030550. On the Sabres, if you want, we're gonna ask a goalie. Do our new segment called As a Goalie when we return. Check in with Owen, see what he thought about UPL last night as the Sabres got smoked by the Sharks. It's all good stuff, good times. Join us on the phones if you'd like. We're on the chat, and the chat's going off today too, like it usually does. Happy Wednesday.
Sabres fall to San Jose last night. The 32nd place team in the league comes into Buffalo, wins 6-2 on Buffalo Bills night last night. The next game is going to be tomorrow at Tampa. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Pierre LeBrun just tweeting the Sabres and Jordan Greenway have been talking about an extension over the last 24 hours. Both sides are open to it. Trade deadline is Friday. Greenway is a UFA at the end of the season. To football. Franchise tag for T. Higgins. No franchise tag officially for Sam Darnold. He is going to hit the open market. Yesterday was the deadline to do that. Devontae Adams, released by the New York Jets, saves them $30 million on the cap. He's now available to any team in the league. Saquon Barkley gets a new contract from the Eagles, 2 years, $40 million extension. Makes him the highest paid running back in football on a per-year basis. LeBron James, first player in NBA history to score 50,000 points last night. Did it in a win over the Pelicans. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Luukkonen can't trap that one. It squeaks by from just above the goal line. Eklund fires it to the net, and that's why you do it. It's a 3-1 lead now for the Sharks.
Sharks go on to win 6-2, their 12th regulation win in 63 games. I like Paul pointed out too. The Sharks had lost like 14 out of 17, complete free fall.
Yeah.
They got it right. They got right in Buffalo.
So this Greenway report, the talking contract, Joe Marino, not the Joe Marino we just talked to, Saber Joe Marino.
Yes.
He just pointed out that
it feels right to have a Bills Joe Marino and a Sabres Joe Marino. That's right.
I agree.
I like that.
Every forward on the NHL roster will be under contract for next season or would be an RFA this summer if they sign both back.
Greenway and Zucker.
Yeah. Who would you rank as the top three least likely
to be back?
To be on the roster opening night next year?
Forwards?
Yeah.
Cousins.
Because they're all going to be under contract in a second.
Cousins
is number one?
Yep.
Okay.
Zucker.
Just because it's not signed yet?
Not signed yet, and he's been around the world.
Yeah.
He's played in the league.
Is like, I mean, I can go down to the bottom of the roster and go to like Krebs, right?
Sure.
Krebs not being on the
Lafferty.
roster. Yeah. Is like, Tuck's not on this list, right?
I don't know. Tuck is an interesting. I brought it up to you yesterday. What if you think you can't sign Tuck to an extension? You have to trade him so you don't get embarrassed by the fact that Alex Tuck won't sign an extension. I just don't know what to do with that.
Yeah. Maybe Peterka would be above him.
Okay, maybe.
But yeah, you go like Cousins, Krebs, and Zucker. Those are like the three guys, though, to me that are like probably least likely.
Well, last night the Sabres lost. The game-winning goal there from Vlasic was a tough one. It's been a tough season for Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, and that was a tough game. We debuted a segment yesterday called As a Goalie to break down James Reimer's performance in, who'd they play? Montreal. And it's back. Owen Parker here for a back-to-back, another installment of As a Goalie.
Yes, I am here. I'm in my little box. I got my mic in here working today, so
we
that's
should call
nice.
We should call that the crease.
Oh, there
Why
we
not?
go.
He's got his own little
Or
now we're rolling.
Or can we Photoshop him like when a backup goalie sits like in the stands? Like
I got to get a towel
in
around my neck and really
he's in Montreal
fire it up.
right now. He's just hanging out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Over on the other side of the glass. All right, Owen. So the third goal.
Yeah, I mean, that is another one. We talked about it yesterday with him. He looks like he's overthinking right now, right? Like everybody can kind of see it, and it takes form in different ways. We talked yesterday about him over sliding and over pursuing on pucks. This is another sort of form of that overthought coming to fruition where he's caught in that spot. You know, Eklund's in that corner. It's an awkward position. It's in between where, as a goaltender, you want to either be playing on your post there or overlapping to cover that angle. That the net is probably about 4 inches wide from the puck's perspective there. Mm-hmm. All you have to do is cover that space. And what happened to Luukkonen there is he gets caught in between being on his post and getting that foot outside the post and being straight up on angle like a normal shot. right? And so to me, it's just he's overthinking everything he's doing. You saw that a couple different times. I thought on the second goal, you could see him as Graf gets that puck on that off wing, you see him kind of hitch, his head rises, he stands up, and then as that play gets made, now he's got to reset, get back into his stance, and then track the play. That's where he gets behind it and can't track that bounce off Cousins' skate.
Do you think that teams, when you say, like, you see this from a guy for the year, and I was listening to postgame, the idea on Georgiev was he's having a rough year, pepper the net. A goalie like Luukkonen having the kind of year he's having, which is down, or maybe you feel like you see flaws, is Vlasic more likely to shoot that puck when he knows he's got a goalie that's having a rough year like that?
100%. You see a guy, or you know, in a pre-scout, you will talk about this guy has these tendencies this year. This is what we're seeing from him. It's 100% a choice by them to go, let's put pucks on nets from unexpected positions, put him in weird spots. Maybe we get a lucky one, and they did, and it ended up being, you know, the difference in the game, really.
Yeah.
Like that goal, I think, turns any chances of them coming back, it puts it all out. It's a wet blanket all over the rest of the game.
All right. This has been As a Goalie with senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker.
How do we fix Luukkonen just in general?
Yeah, what happens here? What's nice?
How do we do it?
It's all just he's got to get to a comfortable place again.
I want to say this can't go the way the Samuelson track has gone, where you got the big deal and then
And Owen, you can speak this if you want. Like, this is most goalies, right? Most goalies in the league
downs.
have a year like they did last year, and then they follow it up with a poor year. Like, unless you are Lundqvist or like one of these top goalies in the league, not many go 3-4 years in a row, 5 years in a row where you're just dominant. Bobrovsky last year for Florida wins the cup. He has down years all the time.
Yeah.
Like, most goalies have down years. It just, you know, with Luukkonen or some other middle-of-the-road guys, you're just going to get them more often than others.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, I think, era of goaltending in the NHL right now in that we don't have a lot of those top-tier guys that you know every single night, every single season are going to come back and perform the way a Connor Hellebuck does or a Carey Price in the past, right? There's fewer and fewer of those guys because the position evolves so much. Everybody gets bunched up.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting taught the same things. They're learning the same things at the same pace. It's harder to pull away from the pack as a goaltender in today's NHL because everybody's good, everybody's big, everybody's fast. And so you lose your individuality.
Your style.
You stop. Exactly.
Yeah.
There are certain guys you see, like we talked about Reimer, looking weird in the net, that look different, and often it just doesn't work anymore because the game has gotten so hyper-specific and goalies are so good now. There's no way to be personalized to the same degree that you saw a Dominic Hasek, right? You don't see a goalie like that anymore. Bobrovsky's probably the best example of that, and he still is technically stunning to watch play. But he's just got a little more of that athleticism, and that's where I think we see everybody's kind of bunched up right now, and Luukkonen's in that bunch.
Yeah. Well, all right.
Well, I'm hoping Levi can be different than that.
I hope so.
Like,
Luukkonen's
going to be this, I think, forever. Like, he's going to have up years, he's going to have down years. Levi would be my hope that can someday get to a guy that is just, you know, every year, Miller-esque, right? They don't have to be the best goalie in the world every year. Ullmark is kind of this now, isn't he? He won the Vezina 2 years ago. He's not that every year, but he's good every year.
803-0550. Let's get a call in here. Matt in Buffalo. Hey, Matt. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going? You guys hear me?
Yep.
Good, yep.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here. And I appreciate you guys taking the call. I've been listening to you guys for a while, and just for the years of listening to the rants of this team, and even like Sabres fan Dwayne going off on it. I mean, I've been a fan of this team since I was a kid. I used to watch this team. We didn't have much growing up. My parents would save up money, and we'd get one ticket I have 5 brothers. We'd all go to a game. And it was the highlight of our year with the Briere and Drury, and I know all the nostalgia. All that's behind us now. I haven't seen a playoff game since I was 12 years old. We couldn't even watch the Bills games on TV because they were blacked out because they weren't sold out. Now I'm sitting in the arena. I'm a season ticket holder now. I'm 26 years old, and we're just the laughing stock of the league. Every other fan base that comes in there, I get it. You want to go root for your team. You want to cheer for a team. I would do it if I went to an away Bills game. Absolutely. I'm going to cheer the Bills on as hard as I can. I don't care what anyone thinks. But to sit there and be told every year that it's different, it's going to be different. And then you get teams like Montreal coming in there. half the stadium's full of Canadians, and I get it. We're close to the border. But we're getting booed and laughed at in our own arena. I just can't take it anymore. And then on top of that, what moves have we made? The core that we have is they can't maintain the consistency that is needed to succeed in the NHL. And we've seen it time and time again. And I understand, we talk about UPL now, that UPL might not be, the top guy, but UPL has been a pretty decent goalie. And I think for the content that we have, he's a very good goalie. But I just think he's got no one in front of him. There's no heart. There's no core. It's just disappointing. It's like you're sitting there watching this team, and what am I here for? They don't want to play for the city. They've given up hope. We're going on 14 years now, and I mean, as a season ticket holder, I mean, what is one reason why I shouldn't renew? They're calling me, telling me, hey, if you don't renew by this date, we're going to up the charges. I understand.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of other teams do that, but what is one reason? What is one thing that Terry has done? There's been nothing that has happened. I've gone to every game. I'm not even going to the games for the rest of the season now. I didn't even go last night because I just don't want to be there, and thank God I didn't. I mean, what an embarrassment. You do something to get fans in the arena, get Bills fans there, and you just put up an egg against the worst team in the National Hockey League. I mean, Tage Thompson, even afterwards, listening to your guys' show afterwards, coming on the radio and he just looks broken down. He looks like a guy that he's just sitting there around all his teammates. It almost looks like he wants to walk around and slap somebody. But I just don't understand how Lindy came in. Everyone rode the nostalgia of Lindy Ruff. We're going to get back to the playoffs. I feel like he's too old. I love Lindy Ruff, but I feel like this was a terrible decision. He should have never came back, because now his reputation is, we looked at as the guy who came back to Buffalo, and everyone thought it was going to be different, but here we are, last in the Eastern Conference again, going on 14 years. What has Terry done? There's nothing. Someone has to do something. We're all sitting here as fans. I'm sick of sitting here every year and just listening to, oh my gosh, we're going to make moves in the offseason. We have so much cap space. We're going to do this and this. And we go get Jason Zucker for $5 million. The guy's probably going to leave by Friday. Or if not Friday, I doubt he comes back next year. The guy just got a nice paycheck and said, see you later. Given Jason Zucker was one of the guys that showed heart on the team this year. But, I mean, I would probably think Dennis Gilbert's probably my favorite player this year. He's the guy that showed the most grit and showed that he wants to be there at least. I understand he's not a prominent NHL guy and he really needs to earn his spot. But, geez, man, I mean, how many times do we have to go through it? I don't know how much I can take anymore, and I'd like to know your guys' perspective. Like I said, as a season ticket holder, I definitely do not see myself renewing it next year just because, give me one reason. Give me one reason why I should even follow this team.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Obviously, you can tell I'm very upset.
Yeah, thanks.
I can't anymore.
Thanks.
So I appreciate the call.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, I've seen the season ticket renew now, and we won't raise prices, and I just think that's a tough message to send. It's negotiating from a position of weakness if you're the Sabres. Like, you've had another colossally disappointing season. You've done it with a franchise great/legend. I don't know how much of it sticks to Lindy. The same way, I feel like we're pretty good at identifying who's doing a good job and who's not doing a good job. And I don't know if Lindy's actually doing a good job, but he made the playoffs 2 years ago in the NHL with a different team.
Yeah.
And then they had a bad year and he got fired, and then he came here, and, everybody misses the playoffs with this team. As a season ticket holder, I don't know what to tell you. It's just, it's tough. It's real tough.
I get it. You don't get, most nights you go to the arena, you don't get what you paid for.
I'll tell you, what you do get, I know this because...
With the product on the ice, at least.
I go to a lot of the season ticket holder stuff. My father-in-law has a bunch of season tickets, so we go to the events they put on. They do a good job with a lot of that stuff, but at the end of the day, you've got to have a better product. And not even just a better product and more wins. You have to have your fans believing that someday you can be good.
All right.
People, during the drought, how often did you think the Bills can never be good? It was always, get a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
If you get one of those, you'll be fine. And for the Sabres, it was, for a little while there, tank and get a great player. You can't screw that up. And they screwed that up. They had a lot of great players, and they still screwed that up. And now, I mean, what Kevin Adams has here is a fan base that believes he doesn't have what it takes to take swings. He's gun-shy. And it's not helping him when I get Darren Traeger reporting that he's gun-shy. Mm-hmm. And the idea that they would sign Zucker and Greenway. You could understand why. Those guys have been pretty good for them. But it's hard not to be cynical to think, well, they're doing that because they have NHL players that are willing to play for them. And they can't possibly let those guys get away, because if they do, then they're going to have to trade seconds for Beck Malensteins, because how else are they going to convince guys to come here? Zucker came, and we thought the money was too big. I would imagine that if Greenway and Zucker re-sign, those numbers are going to be big.
Like $5 million per year at least.
I don't even know. I don't even know. I just feel like you're to convince those guys. Think about
I mean, Zucker, he's not taking a pay cut, is he?
No. Zucker's been around the league. If he's got 3 years left in his career, does he want to buy in on the faith of this organization? As he's talking to the GM, does he think, am I talking to you next summer?
Right.
I don't know. If I'm one of those two players,
or am I talking to you even this summer?
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah. If I'm one of those two players, that'd be my biggest question. I'm signing with you.
Yeah.
What's your plan, and are you going to be the one that actually executes it? It's a tough spot. 803-0550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront can help you. You can go to their website, Riverfront Auto Sales, and get an instant cash offer for a vehicle if you're looking to buy. If you're looking to sell, you get an instant cash offer for your vehicle. Riverfront will buy it from you with an instant cash offer. And additionally, if you want to, of course, buy a vehicle from Riverfront, you can save money by just walking in the door. Because buying new vehicles, I don't know if you've been paying attention, prices on cars are probably going to go way, way up. And as it is, when you drive a new car off the lot, you lose a lot of money right there, day one. At Riverfront, you get to basically get that value back. With Riverfront Auto Sales, you're saving $10,000 buying these pre-owned vehicles that are in great shape. And when you bring your tax return to Riverfront, you can double it. So bring $500, that's $1,000 towards the purchase of a vehicle now. Bring $1,000, they'll match it. Now you have $2,000 towards the purchase of your next vehicle. So save money in all the ways you can save with Riverfront's help. That's doubling your tax return. That's buying pre-owned. That's the WOW warranty, guaranteed credit approval, all happening at Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626. I send friends and family to Marty. I go to Marty every time. You should too. 886-1626 for Riverfront Auto Sales.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
Chicken finger? Give me one. Just throw me one. Throw me one. Throw me one.
Tiger Woods telling his son Charlie to throw him a chicken finger at TGL. It's not exactly Worst Call Wednesday.
Out of the crowd. How far could you throw a chicken finger?
Oh.
Yes. It should be a combine test.
Sure, why not?
How far can you throw a chicken finger?
30 yards.
You could throw a chicken finger 30 yards?
I feel like it would come apart in your hand a little bit.
All right, so what you're going to need...
too much force behind it.
There's different types of chicken fingers.
40 yards?
There are chicken fingers where you'd expect to throw it and like all the breading just like falls off.
That's what I mean.
There are the crunchy chicken fingers that... There's one restaurant locally that has them like this where you can throw that thing as far as you want and that thing is not coming apart.
Yeah. Then there's going to be... The shape is going to matter for the aerodynamics, the drag.
Right.
Like a nugget is going to maybe spin through the air a little bit better.
30 yards. Yeah, maybe 30 yards. 30 yards isn't as far as you think it is.
I think more than 30 yards. I'm thinking if you nugget, 40. Spin that thing, yeah.
Okay.
This has been Worst Call Wednesday, us discussing how far we can throw a chicken tender.
Yeah.
Tiger stealing food off his son's plate. I can relate.
Also, Tom Kim walked off a chip against Tiger yesterday. Like, they're playing against Tiger. He thought he chipped it in. He turned around and started celebrating, and he turned back around to realize the ball had lipped out.
I feel like walking in a putt or a chip in golf and having it miss is not bad. It's not the same.
As what? Like a three-pointer?
Yeah.
When you walk it off
because
and it doesn't go in?
doing that, when I'm doing that, it's not because I think it's going to go in. It's because I just start to walk in a direction like, come on. And then if it misses, it's, you fall to the ground.
Yeah.
There's that very famous fake video of Tiger walking in a putt. You ever seen that one?
It's fake?
There's a video
when he goes to shake the guy's hand?
That's totally fake.
That's not.
That's totally fake.
I don't think that's fake.
That's totally fake. He does not turn to shake a guy's hand before the ball drops. That's fake.
No, come on.
It's definitely fake.
You're guessing though. You don't you even read that it's fake.
I can't imagine a world where Tiger Woods hit the ball to putt it towards the hole, turned around and shook the hand of the person where the putt went in and mattered. No, it did not happen.
All right, I'm gonna unedited footage of Tiger sinking putt versus answer.
All right, look at it when we get in the break.
I'm gonna find out.
It's got to be fake.
There's here we go. Real versus deep fake analysis. I'm gonna look that up in the break and then tell you whether it's real or not.
And maybe we'll throw some chicken fingers around too. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sabres fall to the Sharks last night. The last place team in the league goes into KeyBank Center, beats the Sabres 6-2 on Buffalo Bills night. That's another loss for the Sabres. They will be back in action tomorrow against Tampa. The report from Pierre LeBrun in the last hour is that the Sabres and Jordan Greenway have been talking extension over the last 24 hours and that both sides are open to continuing their relationship past this season when he would be a free agent. To football, Khalil Shakir's contract numbers are out for the year-to-year. $2.5 million cap hit this year. So the extension did lower his cap hit by just less than $1 million. Next year it'll be 6, then 13, so it'll continue to go up obviously after this year. Eagles give Saquon Barkley a new contract, $41 million per year, makes him the highest paid running back in football. Devontae Adams cut by the Jets. That's a cap-saving move for them, but he is now available at age 32 to every team in the NFL. In the NBA, LeBron James last night scores his 50,000th point in the NBA, the first player in league history to do that in a win over New Orleans. Lakers have won almost every game since they traded for Luka. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
It's a pitch play to Cook. Dives, reaches for the end zone, and he's got it! He is in for the touchdown! What an amazing effort by Cook, who is back in the kitchen!
James Cook. He took note of the Saquon Barkley extension yesterday and big money going to Barkley. Worth pointing out, we got into it a little earlier this morning, Barkley's percentage of the cap is second in the NFL behind McCaffrey. So while he's biggest money in contract history, it's actually second in percentage of cap. McCaffrey got a bigger deal last year.
From when they signed.
Signed. Right. That happens all the time. There's going to be a receiver that signs. T. Higgins is going to get the second biggest contract in history at receiver, maybe, if he does hit the free agent market, which he'd have to sign his franchise. But you know what I'm getting at. And it will be like 9th all time in percentage of cap.
Yeah.
So that's how it usually goes. We got numbers on the Shakir deal, but we want to talk about James Cook.
So he tweeted 4 times yesterday?
Yeah.
4 times. The first was the eyeball emojis.
In the words of Zach Jones of the Extra Point Show and the Nightcap, he's tweeting like a wide receiver. He's making. He's going.
Well, we were told to think of him like a wide receiver once upon a time.
You know what? We were told to think of him like a pass catcher. That's right. He is a pass, and he is one.
Yeah. So eyeball emoji over the first Schefter tweet about Barkley signing a deal. Then over the Pat McAfee comment about the average per year, it's him with the shrug emoji, right? Then it's more, now it's Ian Rappaport talking about the Barkley deal, and Cook quote tweets that with good business, space, then exclamation point. I don't think that's meaningful.
Hold on.
Just
Let me dig into that.
I noticed that.
The space before the exclamation point.
Yeah. Might just be poor punctuation on his part.
No.
He wants you to see the exclamation point.
Yes,
it stands
that's right.
out a little bit more when you separate it from the word.
That's right. He's saying he appreciates good business to the point where he's going to leave space for the X. Anyway, go ahead.
And then he quote tweets NFL Network's video saying, "Payday for Saquon Barkley" with "I love you, Buffalo, red heart, blue heart." And that was the end of his series of tweets.
Imagine for a moment you see if I put it this way, if I see a story, a tweet, anything, and I screenshot it or quote tweet it to my wife and say, "Love you, honey," with that, she's going to think, "What do you mean by this? What's this? Am I supposed to buy this for you? Is this what you want?" Right? That's how this works. By quote tweeting Saquon Barkley's big contract and saying, "I love you, Buffalo," that's him saying, "This is what I want. This is what I want for Christmas," right?
Yeah.
The sacred, "I sent you a link for what I want." That's "I love you, Buffalo." Let me tell you what I would do if I was Brandon Beane in this spot. Right?
Yeah.
I would go to my X Twitter account and I would click on profile. How do you get to mute? If I were Brandon Beane, I would mute James Cook and I would mute the words James Cook and I would not pay attention to any of it. None of it. Couple reasons. One, you don't have to.
Yeah.
You have my number, man. You can call me. Your agent can call me. Maybe your agent's calling me every day. The Bills, it's the same story with a lot of this stuff. This is true with Diggs. It's true with everything. You don't have to pay attention to any of this. You don't have to care about anything that somebody writes on the internet about a contract.
Or who he's following on Instagram.
Yeah.
Because that was out there, too, a couple weeks ago.
How far off is what Cook's doing? How far off is that from wishing someone a happy birthday on Facebook? Like, you could just call the person. You could just, I've got your number. And for Cook, I don't think he's going to get 15. I don't want the Bills to pay him 15. I do think he is a very dynamic player and a very good player, and he is potentially ready to step into one of the best backs in the league. And again, that's a credit to Joe Brady. Like, what the Bills' offense has built is an offense that gets results from a couple players and doesn't get results from others. But Cook and Shakir are the two that really flourish under Joe Brady.
Yep.
And the 6 offensive linemen and the way they run the football and the way that Cook gets to the second level and he's gone. Didn't Cook have the second? You had numbers on this. Average length of touchdown?
Yeah.
Saquon was 30 yards and Cook was maybe the second.
Saquon was number 1 by a lot, and then maybe Cook was second. I got to look that up again. But he was not just piling up. Jamal Williams was this a couple years ago. He had the most touchdowns rushing in the NFL.
It was all 1-yarders?
They were all from the 1-yard line. And I remember looking at the numbers that year and seeing he had like 40 carries from inside the 5. It's like the guy, it was completely fake how many touchdowns he had scored. Whereas Cook, Cook is averaging 16 yards a touchdown.
That's nuts.
So yeah, he had a couple from inside the 1, but then he had 4 from the 40. He had a couple from 20 yards out. Like he was not just a merchant of goal line touches.
He and Barkley have something in common where they're the backs on the team that doesn't need them on the tush push, doesn't need them at the goal line.
Right. And another team, maybe he doesn't get as many scoring opportunities, but if the Bills had a different mentality, if McDermott said before the year, we're not doing tush push, injury risk, I don't want to put Allen through that, so we're just going to give the ball to James instead of doing tush pushes at the 1 and the 2-yard line. He might have scored 25 touchdowns last year.
Yeah.
Right? Allen, he scored 16 with Allen scoring double digits the way he did. I think he's a good player.
I think he's a very good player.
All that being said, I feel like every day that's passing, I am more and more team let it go into the season. Don't even talk to him.
Yeah.
And maybe that's happening. I mean, maybe his Twitter activity is not negotiating the media. Maybe it's waving his hands at the Bills saying, hey, I'm over here. You're not paying any attention to me. Maybe the Bills don't want to. Maybe the Bills, it wouldn't be stunning to me if their attitude, despite how they talk about him, would be, yeah, we just want him to play out the final year of his contract, and we'll just take it as it goes.
Yeah,
maybe next year we'll do something, but maybe they have no interest in even talking about it this summer. That wouldn't be stunning.
And then you could franchise tag with the interest of signing a deal. That's what Dallas just did with that defensive tackle. He was franchise tagged. Diggy Zua. He was tagged, and then he signed a deal that was, hey, listen, all right, we got this baseline. If we don't come to a deal, you get 1 year, $13 million or whatever for Cook, the franchise tag. But let's talk. That's a good starting point. Where they are now, he makes very little. So, okay, we don't even have to guarantee you the $13 million on the franchise tag. My guess is the Bills are coming in a lot lower because from a leverage standpoint, Cook just doesn't really have any. So I'm not against keeping Cook. I'm not against paying him a good number. I'm not going to 20. I don't think the Eagles should have paid Barkley. I'm also the one out here with my hand up saying, I'm not trying to tell you Saquon Barkley is overrated or not that good, but I do think his effect on the Eagles has been overrated. They were in the Super Bowl 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. They've been good the whole time.
They also won the Super Bowl with him doing, he was terrible in the game.
In part because the Chiefs focused on stopping him.
Okay, right.
That's great. He was important. I'm not trying to tell you anything other than that. But if the Eagles had to go into a playoff game without one of two players, A.J. Brown or Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown would be a much bigger loss. They did not lose a game this year that Brown and Jalen Hurts played. Yeah. Brown is their more important player. I would not have paid Saquon Barkley $20 million if I'm the Eagles, but whatever, that's me. Derrick Henry had just as good a year as Saquon. He was amazing.
He's on the books for $7 million. I saw this year.
$7 million.
$7 million. I mean, he might get a pay raise.
He might. So I wouldn't worry about Cook. I would mute the stuff on Twitter. I would not bother with it.
But as Joe Marino pointed out earlier in the day, anyway, on our show, he's not those guys.
Yeah.
He is not Barkley. He is maybe I think he's a great runner. I think he has developed into a great runner. His vision is awesome. He's gotten a lot faster, I think, since the beginning of his career. He's more powerful than at the beginning. He creates yards after contact more than you would think for his body type. He beats guys to the edge. He can run away from them. He has great vision. Always seems to make the right decision on that front. So as a runner, I got check. But he's not on the field all the time. And the reasons for that, when you're not as good of a pass blocker, or when I can't have you on the field on my final drive of the season because I've got to go tie the game I got to go take the lead against Kansas City in the AFC Championship game, and you can't be on the field because I can't trust you to pick up a blitzer, that should come secondary for who your starting running back is, I think. But I'm going to pay you with that hole in your game. And it hasn't gotten any better. He came into the league with that deficiency, and they still don't trust him to do it.
Right, and some guys are great at it. I can remember we would tweet out highlights of Bijan picking up pass protection because
and he just destroys
He's
people.
like a dog. That's how you go 7th or 8th overall. Okay, you can do it all.
And I'm not meaning to say that means he shouldn't be their starting running back. I don't want to pay him $15 million a year, though. And like Joe said earlier, I've got to have another guy now. Mm-hmm. I got to have another guy that's good at what he does, because the Eagles, their second guy, it doesn't really matter how good he is. They'll just plug in whoever and figure it out. Barkley's going to be the dude in every situation. And McCaffrey is that for San Francisco. Jacobs is that for Green Bay. A lot of the high-paid running backs are that. And Cook is a guy that has a deficiency, so he should come in the second tier.
It's not lost on me when people say, well, considering you don't have great receivers, Cook is your most explosive player, and that makes him more important. I agree with that. I don't think that's how I want to live, where my most explosive player is my running back. I don't think I want that. But that is the case right now. And he is very good. So, whatever. It's not a pressing issue. They don't have to fix it right now. They can extend him. Shakir got his extension. Bernard could get one. Benford could get one. Rousseau could get one. Cook could get one. And I feel like Cook is maybe the least pressing of them because he is a franchise tag candidate. And if he's going to sit out, okay, the team will still be good. Running backs don't really win when they sit out. The team is about the same. I think a running back is a finishing piece to an offense. That's what Barkley was to the Eagles for me, was they're already good to great, and he brings them to be more threatening and get other teams to think about him more. And for Cook, I like him a lot, but I mute. Wouldn't worry about it.
And I would like to know how much the Bills are really willing to kind of test him, to kind of push him, because if this were Madden and I were be a GM and I'm the Bills, I know exactly what I would do. I would not pay him. I would let him play year 4 on his rookie contract, and then I would franchise tag him. Mm-hmm. And I would play him that year, and then he'd be 28 years old, and I'd walk away. That's exactly what I would do. Yep. And to me, just take the person out of it. That seems to me to be the best course of action.
That might be the best course of action financially.
That's what I mean.
The question is, do the Bills care about how the rest of the players feel about
That's what I mean.
How you treat James Cook?
Yeah, because if you do that, maybe that doesn't sit well with certain guys. It's not typically how they do business in general.
Right.
They've earned the reputation they have as an organization probably because they don't do things like that.
Right.
That's a very cold way to approach this situation. I think it's just, in their own minds right now, we're going to play him in year 4, then we're going to tag him. Basically, we're going to hold him hostage for 2 years. He wants to get paid now, and we're not even going to tell him this, but in our own minds, we're never paying him.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep him from getting paid because by the time he's 28, teams are going to know that his market value is not as high at that point when he's a little older.
Yep. 803-0550, if you want to chime in on this. Cook, what to do there? Well,
I did look at it. He's selling merch now, too.
James Cook?
He's got a T-shirt, playoff Jimbo. He had one good playoff Jimbo. You can also buy a video message from James Cook, so he's going in. He's got the business on the mind.
As we talk about running backs, it's a good time for me to give you my stat of the day that I found yesterday that we never brought up on the show. Stat of the day. So one of the things I was looking for, let me find it here. Pro Football. It was Pro Football Reference. Why was I doing this? Who are we talking about?
This is a running back stat?
Well, I was looking for wide receiver stuff and found a running back stat.
Okay.
Who were we talking about yesterday? Which receiver would it have been?
We talked about Adams a little bit. We talked about Slayton. We talked about Darius Slayton.
That's who it was.
Yeah.
So I found this by looking up Darius Slayton. I wanted to find what's his yards per target, right? He's been moderately productive in the Giants offense, doesn't get a ton of targets. The passing game has been a mess there. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
So receiving, I started to look at what can often be a good indicator, which is yards per target. Amari Cooper had a really good yards per target for the Bills, right? But not exactly, he wasn't on the field that much. When they threw to him, it worked pretty well. They just didn't throw to him that much. And if he wasn't on the field, or whatever, when he was on the field, they threw to him. They didn't treat him like he created a lot of gravity. Long way to say back to yards per target. Anyway, I was looking up yards per target and what Darius Slayton did. And in the process of doing that, I found something on the top 2 running backs in the NFL in yards per target were Ty Johnson and Ray Davis.
It's amazing.
So there's another piece about Cook. Your pass-catching back, the other 2 guys were the 2 best running backs in football in yards per target. You could take that to mean a lot of things. One, good job, Joe Brady. Nice job, Josh Allen. Extending plays, getting the ball to backs. Nice job, Ty Johnson. Nice job, Ray Davis. You could also, if you're someone like me who's endlessly obsessed with getting the Bills some actually good wide receivers, as many as possible, say, maybe give the guy that throws the ball down the field to running backs some receivers.
Yeah.
Top 2 in the league, yards per target at running back. Ty Johnson, Ray Davis.
He chucked the ball downfield against the Jets to Ray Davis.
Yep.
That was not like a screen that went for 70, although he had one of those too.
Ty Johnson in the playoffs against the Broncos.
Yep. He had a couple against the Lions too that were down the field.
Ray Davis had the big outside. What was that? Late in the year? Is that
Miami? Ray Davis on the outside?
Is that Miami?
Miami, I think it was a shorter pass.
Swing pass. But hey, that's yards per target. It's receiving yards, not just not distance.
Here's another one that doesn't show up on the stat sheet. Against the Jets, they're up huge, right? Second half, whatever. Allen's going for MVP. They're just putting up numbers. They're running it up, and Allen scrambles out to the right. And remember, he throws the ball back across his body into the end zone.
Yeah, he's looking for Ty Johnson.
Coleman catches it for the touchdown. What does Allen say in postgame?
Yeah.
I was throwing it to Ty Johnson. I didn't even know Keon was over there. His intent was to throw the ball 40 yards
to a running back.
To a running back at the back of the end zone.
He also did that to Pat DeMarco once in a playoff game. You know.
He's kind of just a crazy person.
He's just trying to tell you all the time, if you could give me some receivers.
Who is starting his own media company, by the way?
Yes.
Well, kind of.
Yeah, I saw this.
He's partnering with Skydance Sports, and it's kind of... I think Allen's a big LeBron guy, and I think he's definitely just doing what LeBron did, which is I'm going to start creating my own content.
Right, like Omaha Productions for Peyton Manning.
That's Peyton Manning, yeah.
Here's the $1 million question. I don't think we ever put it on the bet board, because I tried to bet you that Josh Allen will be in movies. Josh Allen will be on television.
Did you? I don't remember that.
I tried to bet you.
It's not up there.
He's going to be in a movie. He's going to be in a movie like Brett Favre was in Something About Mary, and LeBron was in Trainwreck. I think it's Trainwreck.
Yes.
Josh Allen's going to be in movies.
Well, now I think he's definitely going to be in movies. If he's his quote about, he wants to further his creative ambitions through storytelling. That almost sounds more like documentaries. The company he partnered with, Skydance Sports, they produce the late night show that Jason Kelce is currently doing, and they also did the Netflix Aaron Rodgers documentary, among like a million other things. You're at least getting that, right? You're at least getting... So Allen signs with his media company, partners with. You are 1,000% getting a Netflix Josh Allen documentary, I bet, in like the next 12 months.
They have to get...
That's coming.
Before the Allen one, they've got to get 13 more on Boston sports. Got to make sure we get all those in first.
Hey, the Red Sox one was awesome.
The Celtics have one now?
Do they?
Yeah.
I won't watch that. The Red Sox one about the comeback against the Yankees was one of the best sports documentaries I've ever seen. The rest of them I can do without.
What's the best sports
The Apple TV one that was literally just a hit piece on Belichick. The best what? Documentary?
Yeah, what's the best sports documentary I've ever seen? What do I like the most?
The OJ one's pretty good. It's just 10 hours long.
Yeah.
I really liked the Red Sox one. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if it was the best one. It might be my favorite, but it's the best sports documentary. Is it just one of the 30 for 30s?
Ooh. There's a bunch
but there's a million of them.
There's a bunch of those that are good. What's the best 30 for 30 series that I've seen? Let me pull some of these up.
The first one was the Gretzky trade one. That was pretty good.
Yep. Two Escobars is one I remember.
That's a really good one.
About Andres Escobar and Pablo Escobar.
I haven't gone through that library in so long that I'm having a tough time even remembering like what they did so many of them.
The Last Dance pointed out. That's a great one. It was great. You're just a LeBron guy over there.
I got a hot take on
You're just a LeBron guy.
No. You know what? Why you like The Last Dance? Because it was COVID and there was nothing else on.
No.
Because sports had gone away and everybody was watching it like it was the NBA Finals.
No, that was Tiger King.
It was a 3-hour Michael Jordan commercial.
Josh is right. That is Tiger King. I remember one night my college roommates put that on the TV, and I was sitting in the living room, and I'm like, guys, what are we watching?
I think if The Last Dance came out in 2023, it would have just been a pretty good documentary.
Nah.
It was a Michael Jordan commercial. There was nothing in it that was like that you wouldn't have expected. Oh, he's playing coins with he's gambling on coins with the security guy. Oh, there's Michael Jordan. What a competitor.
Yeah,
You're right. It's just probably that I'm a LeBron guy.
An obsessive competitor. You are a LeBron guy. Hey, the Warriors and the Lakers. Collision course. The Warriors have won 9 out of 10 since the Jimmy Butler trade.
Yep. And the Lakers have gone, I think they're 7-1 in games Luka and LeBron have played together. They're a wagon. They're in second right now. I think that would be round 1. Because you get the play-in stuff.
Yeah.
You could get Lakers and Warriors in round 1, LeBron versus Steph. Should be great.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We're going to break in. If you want to join us, you can. The chat is asking, the bullpen here, if we're going to do a what's going on in the chat segment. Guys, I don't know if we're going to do it every day. You can bring your A game in the YouTube chat for us to do a what's going on in the chat. Maybe.
Yeah, let's see. I'm getting blasted for not being a Michael Jordan stan. Everyone's got to bow to Jordan on everything. Timothy Chalamet in his award-winning speech the other day talking about, I want to be one of the greats. He mentions Michael Phelps and Michael Jordan. You didn't even see him play. What, when he was a wizard? He's mythical at this point. It's not even like people didn't even watch him play and are just like, oh man, it's like this. He is like a mythical being.
How different is that than Babe Ruth? People didn't see him play.
No. Well, yeah, no. Is there even video of that?
Yes. I think. 803-0550. Anyway, what's I going to say? When we get back, I don't know, something. We'll get some trivia. Let's find our way to some trivia.
Some trivia. We can go through this. We can go through the chat, see if there is anything worth getting in here.
All right. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
the Vikings are not expected to tag Sam Darnold. And it would not be surprising if the two sides figured out some type of short-term contract that enabled the Vikings to get Sam Darnold, that enabled him to get paid, that enabled them to run it back in the event that J.J. McCarthy is not fully ready this season from his knee injury or struggles in the preseason or experiences whatever type of setback there is. So, to me, Sam Darnold to Minnesota makes sense, but now that he's not going to be tagged, other teams are going to have their say.
Adam Schefter on the Sam Darnold free agency pursuit that could be one that changes the draft in a big way, right? Like Tennessee signs him, boom, all right, start taking offers for the number one pick. We'll see. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. So golf this weekend is at Bay Hill. I have been to Bay Hill.
Have you played it?
No.
You just went?
Just went.
For the tournament?
Yes, I was there for the tournament. I was there for a practice round. I got Phil Mickelson's autograph on the program.
Nice.
This would have been probably 2001.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The Bay Hill Invitational.
Young Phil.
Young Phil, young Tiger, the 2001 Bay Hill. It's a nice tournament. It's a good tournament.
Yes.
And
Arnold Palmer's tournament.
The finishing holes are nice. 18th hole at Bay Hill's like the approach shot is over water. Yeah, it's a good finishing hole. They tuck that pin in the back. So Bay Hill, good.
There's a lot of water in that hole on that course. I mean, most Florida courses I think have a lot of water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exciting. I like. And then next week is the Players?
Or
is it 2 weeks?
I think it's a couple weeks.
Okay, because that, man, I can't. Whenever the Players show up. No, next week.
Oh, it is next week? Okay,
yeah, so
great.
we get the Arnold Palmer, Bay Hill this week, and then the Players next week. So here comes golf.
What is the current rate to play TPC Sawgrass? That's what I want to know. Book a tee time.
Oh, man, it's got to be.
Stay and play packages.
You know those places you can only get, you have to buy a package now.
Yes. You can book up to 14 days in advance at the Players Championship, at Sawgrass.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Did they list the rates here? That's what I want to know. I'm going
to guess like 600.
I'd like to say something about the Players. Okay, yeah, here you go. The stadium course, the September to May rate.
Okay.
To play Sawgrass.
September to May. Okay.
September to May. Because in Florida, June to August is cheaper because it's so hot you don't enjoy yourself.
Right, yeah.
So June to August is $550. That is the off peak.
It's a sign.
September to May is $750 to play.
Yeah.
I want to say
that's a lot.
I was going to say this.
A lot.
I'm going to put this out there into the universe. You know how they say, you want to play a course before you die? Like, I'd love to go play St. Andrews, of course, Augusta, Pebble Beach, Sawgrass.
Yep.
I mean, I've played some amazing courses. I played Sawgrass. I played Spyglass. Played some awesome courses and want to continue to add to that list. I wonder if the golfers out there could appreciate what I'm about to say. When it comes to golf, you really should play all those courses twice. Right?
You should play them all twice?
Yeah. Because you play it the first time, and then you think, man, now that I know what I know, now I really got to go play that course. I played Sawgrass 8 years ago. It was my first round of the year. I was not in golf shape, and I have thought ever since, I really got to play it one more time. I got to go play it one more time. It was too much of a blur.
Well, is it like you're taking in what the course is more than you're actually like playing, kind of, the first time you play it?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But think about any course that you play. The first time you play it, it's discovery. The second time you play a golf course, you are experiencing that golf course fully. Mm-hmm. This is another way to say, like, I would just like to play all the best courses another time.
Twice, yeah.
Yes.
A second time?
You know what? I don't need to play the front at Pebble again because I played so well that maybe I don't want to.
Just play the back.
Yeah, just, I'll start at number 9. That's where
you can do even better.
Number 9's where it all started to go wrong for me at Pebble. But other than that, you want to play a course.
Some of these you're just not going to be able to play.
I want to play a course twice. Pebble's harder. Sawgrass is
I don't think St. Andrews should qualify under this list, by the way.
No, that's probably right.
St. Andrews is, like, just flat. Yeah. Well, it's not flat. It's hills, but it's just, there's no figuring out. You should know.
Yep, that's right.
You should know what to expect now. Unless you're in a pot bunker and you've never hit in a pot bunker before, which I never have. But I don't even know if there is a figuring that out. That's just might as well grab your ball and throw it.
Yeah. Sawgrass is doable. Sawgrass, just book a tee time, $750.
Right, yeah. Versus Augusta, you're probably never playing in your life.
Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and click on book a tee time. See tee time.
You're going to book one right now?
I'm just going to look. What's wrong with looking? I'm not buying. Just want to know. For instance, 2 people, if we wanted to play on the 17th, that's going to be the day after the champion. No, the players are not going to do that.
You can do that? That's even available?
When I played
March 17th?
I don't think March 17th is available.
I was going to say, you could. I thought those courses usually shut down all around the tournament.
When I played Sawgrass, it was the week after the players. The stands were still up.
Wow.
So when I played, the 17th hole, that island green,
there was a stand.
I've got pictures. The stands are not being taken apart.
Yeah.
There was space for 6,000 people to sit, 7,000 people to sit, or however many sit there.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any tee times available. Dyes Valley is. You know what? They probably book up immediately as soon as it becomes 14 days out, would be my guess.
Yes, I experienced that when we did Bethpage.
So you played Bethpage
it within a second.
Okay, this would be a good test of my theory. Everybody that I know that has played Bethpage says you don't have to play that again. Because it actually isn't fun. You experience it, but it's actually not fun.
I could understand that. Yeah, there's yeah, you could play Bethpage and probably feel like there's just nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. There's no, all right, I played it once, I know what to expect. It's just getting hit over the head, hole after hole, and just feel like I'm just going to get beat up from beginning to end, and there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
I would say, though, as someone that played well at Bethpage, that there is something you can do. You just got to get off the tee. You got to hit your drive straight, and then you'll be fine.
That's easy.
But not even just you got to be perfect off the tee to have any score. That's one you should play at least once. I don't know if you have to play it the second time. It's best bang for your buck versus all these. It's not a $700 tee time,
right,
to play Bethpage.
What is
it's
it?
hard to get it, but
$80?
It's like $80. Yeah,
that's not bad
if you're a New York State resident. $80.
Well, I welcome golf season in the biggest way. Like you tell me, the next 2 weekends we didn't have football. We have football off season, but we've got Bay Hill this weekend, and then the players. Well, let's go. When's the PGA Tour going to go ahead and reunify? That's supposed to have happened, right?
They're talking about
days
it, right?
Away.
Right. It's been it feels like it's been days away for like a year.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's actually going to happen. It probably is going to happen. There's DeChambeau's talked about wanting to be back on the tour. There was a report the other day that Koepka wants to be back on the tour. This was inevitable, though, right?
Yep.
This is exactly how this was going to go. Those guys were going to go get their giant paycheck. 2 years were going to go by, and then they're going to want to be back on the tour with all their money.
So after Bay Hill this weekend, you mentioned the players, and then the Valspar, the Houston Open, the Valero Texas Open, and then the Masters. RBC.
Beautiful.
Let's go. Getting there. All right, we'll get a break in Extendo Sports. Sal's coming up at Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. So he's tweeting about the James Cook conversation. He's ready to have that with all of you. And we are as well. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
So last night, Marc-Edouard Vlasic set the all-time NHL record for shots blocked in his career against the Sabres.
What is a trophy or some sort of commemorative item? What's the best thing for that? What would it look
for
like?
blocking a shot?
An ice pack.
A golden shin guard.
You blocked the most shots in NHL history.
A golden shin guard.
They should give him that.
They should.
One huge shin pad, spray painted gold.
It's like a belt
with a puck lodged in it.
Who are the Sabres' all-time leaders in block shots? Their top 3. Keep in mind, they only began tracking this in like 2000 or 1999 or something.
Ristolainen.
Number 1, 848.
Boy, is that easy.
Yeah. They're all defensemen.
Of course, yeah. Ristolainen. Zhitnik.
Nope.
McKee.
No, because he... No, 241. Some of his games, I guess, aren't when they were tracking it, or else he probably would have been right.
Ludman,
number 2 all time.
Tallinder came back for a second stint.
He's 7th.
Okay.
Not
Spot
far
check.
off. Ludman, by the way, like 3rd all time in blocks per 60, which you can look up on NHL.com. Block shots per 60. Who would you guess? Who did we just guess?
Spot check.
No.
Probably not, no.
Wasn't here long enough.
Nope. This
How
guy's
about-
more known as like a shot blocker. Dahlin's 4th.
Yeah.
Dahlin will be top 3.
More shot blocker. Mike Weber.
There you go. 6.6 block shots per 60.
This is...
Jake McCabe, not far down this list either.
Yeah, it's one of those trivia questions you're kind of surprised to be good at, but also not surprised. Like, I guess, you get the kind of role that a guy plays.
Oh, yeah. Why is Josh Georges 8th all time? Because they were in the defensive zone every second that he played for like 3 years.
Yeah.
You block a lot of shots when you never have the puck. That's why Ristolainen's number 1.
So Sabres and Lightning tomorrow. Trade deadline Friday.
Florida on Saturday. Florida doing their LTIR shenanigans. Every team, all the good teams are doing it.
Yep.
Matthew Tkachuk.
I want to
the
say,
GM. We hope he's back by the playoffs. Okay. Wink, wink.
It's worth pointing out.
So they trade for Seth Jones the next day.
Listen, I love hockey, and the Four Nations was fun, but the Four Nations was a moment for the NHL to flex on the NBA, and I'm going to go back to that PK Subban when he ranted and raved about whatever. He made good points. When he said, you can't do that in hockey, like take nights off. No, we don't call it load management in hockey in the NHL. We call it the long-term injured reserve.
Right.
It's take a vacation till the playoffs start.
Right.
We don't do that in hockey. Some teams do.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we'll go trade for a $9 million player that we can fits into our cap.
I wonder if Mark Stone's going to be feeling better by the time the playoffs start. Oh, turns out he is.
Right.
Yeah,
right. Matthew Tkachuk's just getting like a month off just to be fresh by the playoffs.
Good for him. He's earned it. What else? It's a Wednesday. It's going to rain all day.
Joe Thuney traded from the Chiefs to the Bears.
The Bears have already made 2 upgrades to the interior of their offensive line.
Yep.
The league year starts a week from today. Sal's coming up on the Extra Point Show. He says, head on a swivel. Last year, it was this day. The Bills made their big moves of moving on. So is today the day we find out about Vaughn? They open up $8 million in cap space, or if they don't, does that mean a restructure or a pay cut is on the way?
Yeah, teams are doing their. I mean, not even just the trades, but like the Cowboys opened
CeeDee
up.
Lamb,
Nico Collins, and Houston. Like you're seeing restructures and you're seeing trades, cap casualties. Yeah, okay. So really, that's only Vaughn though.
Yep.
Well, no, it's not only Vaughn. There's extensions too.
There could be. I mean, is there a way to redo? There's not really that many big decisions. I think the Bills have. Extensions are the bigger one than.
Right.
Restructures.
Rousseau would be the one I'd be keeping an eye on. I don't know that he would even get paid. Just that's the move that creates the most space.
Mike Florio says at ProFootballTalk.com this year more free agent deals could be reached quickly on Monday. Why? Every year there's a deal or two negotiated prematurely. Last year it was the Bears, DeAndre Swift. He says teams will privately declare general interest before the window opens, but refrain from numbers on the table. Per a source with direct knowledge of the historical practices and current dynamics. How about that one? Yes, my source with direct knowledge of the historical practices and current dynamics. There's an expectation negotiations will begin Saturday or Sunday with more than 1 or 2 deals done before noon on Monday. The league year starts Wednesday.
Yeah.
So there you go. They're gonna illegally tamper before the legal tampering period. Whatever.
It's all nonsense.
How about the league year just opens as soon as the final whistle goes on the Super Bowl? Bang. Everybody's a free agent. Let's just do that.
The second it's over.
Yep.
Brandon Beane's running onto the field to talk to Josh Sweat before he even gets to the locker room.
Sal is up next, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We're back tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling. Go Bills. Go Sabres.
You're listening to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it at Northtown. Shop online at northtownauto.com.
Okay, fired up here for a... What day is today, by the way? Today's a Wednesday. Today's a Wednesday, right? Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
I can't believe I literally just lost track of time as I'm about to say it's a Wednesday.
We got to get you
I'm thinking, wait a minute, is today Tuesday?
Or a day of the week clock.
I know. I should have that. Why was I thinking Tuesday for some reason? I don't know, because the days have gone by quickly here, but I should have known it's a Wednesday. It is a Wednesday, everybody. Hi. Welcome to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio here. And leaving last night, I was talking about how it's a Tuesday night in March against the San Jose Sharks, right? And it's Bills night at the arena, which I want to talk about in a little while. But before I do, let me just set up the show today because we got a lot to get to. And most of it's going to be really your thoughts and your calls. And I want to fire up the call machine today. I've left the entire 11 a.m. hour open. On top of this entire half hour here, we got Joe Yerdon coming aboard here at the bottom of the hour. And we're going to talk Sabres with Joe. Does a really good job covering the Sabres. So we'll talk with Joe.